Yep, that's us now live.
Great, thanks. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name's David Liddell. I'm a reporter with the Directorate for Planning, Scottish Government's Planning Environmental Appeals Division, I should say. Can you all just give me a wave or a thumbs up or indicate that everyone can hear me okay? Okay, great, thank you. So if you're observing today, can you turn your camera and your microphone off? Others who are participating, you can keep your cameras on for now, but if you can mute your microphone when you're not speaking. I'll ask you all to introduce yourselves shortly. I just have a few usual formalities to go through first. So I've been appointed by the Scottish Ministers to report to them with recommendations on whether or not proposed development land to the east of Fardens at Skelmerley should receive planning permission. And this description of the proposed development is of 10 wind turbines with a maximum blade tip height of 149.9 metres and associated access. And this is a public inquiry session to help me understand the evidence and the parties' positions on the likely effects of the development, the setting of the outerwards Roman fortlet scheduled monument. With 3 days set aside for the inquiry if we need them, with a further day even held in reserve on Friday, should we need that. And this meeting is being recorded. It's going to be available to view on our website. It will be retained and used for purposes including document retention, training, and providing information to members of the public. So by participating, you're consenting to the use of this information for those purposes. Hopefully, our IT will serve as well today. If we have to pause for any problems, then that's fine. That's fine. If anyone is having difficulty hearing or connecting, then let Callum or I know. I think there's one or two procedural matters we have to deal with first, but before I go any further, I'm just going to ask everyone who's taking part, and I'll start off with the appellant, Mr. Hardy. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Saying good morning. Yes, David Hardy, that's H-A-R-D-Y, duly qualified barrister and solicitor, but for present purposes, I'm a barrister counsel with Squire Patton Boggs based in Leeds. And then just to introduce those on my team, first of all, Dr. Carter. So that's Dr. Carter sitting in front of the artwork. And then we've got Lynn Roy, who is currently waving. And we've got Catherine from client. I don't know whether CW is waving there. So those are the 4 members of our team.
That's great. Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. And we all met during the site inspections last week. And likewise then, Mr. Milne, do you want to introduce yourself and your team today? Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Hopefully you can hear me. Sorry about the IT difficulties just as we were starting there. My name is Douglas Milne. I'm a partner with Morton Fraser. I am instructed by Historic Environment Scotland, and today I'm accompanied by my colleague Cameron Gregg. I'll be taking evidence when we get to that stage from Ruth Cameron of Historic Environment Scotland and Dr. Mary McLeod-Rivet. I'm also accompanied today by other representatives of HES, namely Anne McSween, Victoria Clements and Adele Shaw.
Okay, thanks very much. Both Mr. Burley and Mr. Scott, who were going to be taking part, have indicated that they won't be now. Mr. Davis, I know that I see your name there. It's Ian Davis from the North Ayrshire Council. Can you hear me, Mr. Davis?
I can, yes. I've logged in as a sort of observing role. If you get any questions for me, please ask. I know that I only got the agenda, this morning. I know that there's potentially 4 days. I probably won't be able to observe tomorrow, but I will be available again Thursday, and hopefully none of us are required for Friday. But if there's anything you need, reporter, just please send me a message or an email if I'm not sort of sitting listening.
That's great. Well, thanks very much. Yeah, like you, hopefully Friday won't be required. There That's a question I have for you, procedural. I'll come back to perhaps in a couple of moments. It's just about some of the evidence that I've got in the inquiry statements and preconditions, sorry, inquiry reports and preconditions, but I'll come back to that maybe in a minute or two. The first thing I want to do is just to again thank everyone who participated, spent their time last week at the site inspections. They were really helpful to me. I just appreciate the time people spent. I think I'll probably want to go back to the Fortlet sometime after this inquiry session just to see it again in context with the benefit of having heard the evidence over these next few days. I think I can do that unaccompanied though, unless people feel there's a need to accompany me. Maybe we can return to that at the end of the inquiry and you can tell me what you think. But as it stands, I think I can probably do that on my own. Today, though, first we'll hear from the appellant's witnesses. They'll be led by Mr. Hardy giving their evidence in chief, and that means reading out or at least referring to parts of their precognition, but also responding to the key points which have arisen from the precognitions from Ms. Cameron and Dr. MacLeod with it. They'll then be cross-examined by Mr. Milne, and I may also have some questions, and then Mr. Hardy would have the opportunity to re-examine the witnesses. And then we'll do all of that first with Dr. Carter and then with Ms. Roy. And then sometime tomorrow, I expect, we'll do the same process for the witnesses from Historic Environment Scotland. So, Mr. Davies, there was an exchange about the an email exchange about the sections of Ms. Roy's evidence which deal with the archaeological landscape, and HGS had queried the need for this since it wasn't part of their objection. And I think the appellant acknowledged that and said it was in there to respond to the council's reason, one of the council's reasons for refusal on its evidence. And so I don't expect we'll be hearing any discussion or oral evidence about that aspect of Ms. Roy's evidence today, and that's fine. I'm happy to accept it also just simply as written evidence. But if I do that, then I think it's only fair that I ask the council if it wants to respond in writing to it, or whether the council still content to rest on what it's already submitted today. Mr. Davies, you don't have to answer that question right now because I'm springing it upon you. But if you want to, you can answer it if you know the answer. But if you want to reflect on that and discuss with colleagues, if you want, we can pick that up. We can just do it by an exchange of emails, perhaps anyway. But I just wanted to make you aware that I have that slight hanging question about that aspect of the evidence. Does that sound okay for everyone?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll have a think about that and we'll let you know.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. The other thing now, at the site inspection on Thursday, Ms. Roy offered to show me the working version of the 3D visualisations for the Fortlet and its surroundings, which would form part of the mitigation plan, I think. And I didn't look at that at the time, and I said we could discuss that today. On the face of it, I don't see any particular prejudice or problem with it, because when we having sight of this material, it might be helpful in aiding my understanding. It's potentially relevant anyway, insofar as it's part of the proposed mitigation. Mr. Milne, I don't know if you've seen it or anyone from HES has, but have you got any concerns about this material being submitted to me just for information?
No concerns. Content for that to be accepted.
Okay. So, Mr. Hardy, then, is that something that can be put in a format that?
Yes, I think the question then became format because, quite rightly, we were told that you can't be going on to foreign internet sites. So I think we've got it in WeTransfer form. So I think all you need to know is that we can get it to the unit and for everyone else to look at in a form that will be acceptable.
Okay, that's great then. So if you can just submit it to Jane Anderson when the opportunity arises, that's ideal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and finally for me, Jane Anderson wrote out yesterday because there was a few issues with some of the hyperlinks to the core documents. I've got everything I need. I just raised the issue just to make sure that everyone here, is content that they've got access to all the documents they need to do. So if you don't, just let me know. And okay, that's everything I wanted to raise. Are there any other kind of procedural matters, housekeeping matters, that anyone wants to raise before we crack on into the evidence?
Just one from me, and it really follows on from that point, sir. That is, I'll give a list of the documents to which I'd like to refer in chief and in cross-examination. I also I had the common problem of not accessing the academic documents on the hyperlinks. I have some of those in hard copy, and I think we've got some. I think one copy in hard format. So it would help me if Mr. Milne was going to refer to those either in chief or in cross-examination, if he can just give me the heads up. I have read them, but it just is going to take a little bit longer to get those particular documents than all of the others. So I don't see the need. I mean, and just going back the other way, I don't see the need to refer to those in chief. So those academic documents that were on with the copyright issue aren't documents that I'm going to go to immediately.
Thank you. Yeah, I have some of the documents I have printed out, such as the precognitions and the inquiry reports. Most of them I'll be relying on my computer being able to open them up quickly enough. Yeah, so if we can all bear that in mind, I'm sure we're all accessing documents in different ways, and so we can go at a pace that allows people to get what they need. We've got plenty of time. Did you said you have a list? If it's not terribly long, could you just tell me what those are now, and I can just make a note?
Yes, I was going to do that obviously before calling Dr. Carter. So yes, if I don't know whether there were any other procedural points other than this that people wanted to raise, but otherwise I'll give this list and then we'll probably move into Dr. Carter. But so CD, they've all got a 00 prefix, so I'll avoid that. So it's 1007. That's the statement of appeal.
Yep.
Managing change then, which is 1.028. The environmental impact assessment handbook, which is 1029. The historic environment policy for Scotland, HEPS 2019, that's 1.030. The designation policies and selection guidance, that's 1.048. SPP, I think that's 1.019. Statement of agreed matters, so I'm the at 1.079. And then I think it's just the appeal decisions. So that is Cregan 1.059. Rigghill, which is 1.075. And then Burnley now, which is 1.076. Plus, clearly the other inquiry documents, which I'm sure you've got. So that's going to be the statement, the reports, the precognitions on both sides.
That's great. That's very helpful. Thanks very much. Those as I said, the statements and the inquiry documents have got printed out. Mr. Milne, you can give us your list if possible at some point. I don't think we need to do it right now, just to give you a chance to put that together if you've not done it. So I assume we've all read the preconditions. I don't mind whether we take them as read or whether each witness would like to read out all or part of the precondition. You can play that as you wish. I'll ask that if evidence in chief can be restricted to matters which have arisen for the parties now that they've had the chance to see the other side's precondition. Say for that, anything else in chief should only be covered if it's really necessary to draw out the key points which I might not have understood fully from reading the written evidence. We'll take a break for lunch, perhaps around 12:30, and we'll have at least one short break in the morning and one in the afternoon, so we can all stay fresh. And I plan to work through perhaps until about 4:30, but it depends on everyone's ability to do that. I know it can be quite tiring to do this on screen all day, and what progress we are all making. So, is everything okay with that? And Mr. Milne, you didn't have any particular procedural issues to raise before we started?
No, nothing to raise. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. No, I think that's everything for me then. Mr. Hardy, I'll pass over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, just by way of what I'm proposing to do, I'm not going to go through the precondition. It seems to me that the issues that are between us and the things that are going to help you most really are threefold. So I'm going to deal with those three issues with Dr. Carter without reading the precondition verbatim. And just to introduce Dr. Carter, I think the best place is the statement of competence, which is in the assessment that was submitted as Appendix 3 to the appellant's statement of appeal. And I'm just going to read that and put that to Dr. Carter. I don't know whether Dr. Carter can hear. So, Senior Heritage Consultant with Headland Archaeology based in Edinburgh, holding academic degrees Botany, Geography, that's BSc Joint Hons, Environmental Archaeology, PhD, member of the Chartered Institute of Archaeologists and Fellow of the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland, specialising in cultural heritage, impact assessment over the past 20 years, workload dominated by onshore wind energy developments. It's led you to develop a particular interest in the setting of heritage assets, which remains the key cultural heritage issue for onshore wind. Chair of a working party on setting for the Chartered Institute of Archaeologists, CIFA, between 2008 and 2011. More recently, been a member of the steering group for a wider project to define principles for good practice in cultural heritage impact assessment on behalf of CIFA, IHBC and IEMA. Worked on projects through the UK and Ireland, providing experience of wind farm development in a wide range of landscapes and affecting many different types of heritage assets. In addition to experience of impact assessment, appeared as an expert witness in over 50 public inquiries and hearings relating to wind since 2005. In present context, your involvement with the Corlakill wind farm appeal is probably most relevant as it involved the Lurgmore Roman fortlet in Inverclyde, a closely comparable site to Outerwards. Dr. Carter, is that all true and correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. So let's get straight into this, Dr. Carter. There's lots of written material. There's a list of the documents that I'd like to go to that I've given out. The three topics that I want to cover are these. What is the correct approach to impact assessment and how you've applied that in your own assessment of impact of the fortlet? Number two, what is the meaning of integrity of setting? And of course, there is the statement of agreed matters that we'll come back to. And then thirdly, why is it that you reach a different conclusion to the assessment that's set out in the most latterly in the precognitions from Hes and in particular Mary McLeod Rivet? So correct approach, what's the meaning of integrity of setting? Thirdly, why are you reaching a different conclusion to Mary McLeod Rivet? So with those three topics introduced, let's start with number one, correct approach. And I want us to look, first of all, you should have or probably will have, Appendix 3 to the appellant statement of appeal open. And I just want you to introduce that document, Dr. Carter. So Appendix 3, I think it's probably, we don't need to read all of it, but paragraphs 9 onwards are the key paragraphs. So just give us a thumbnail.
Yes, thank you. The correct approach to present is.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Carter. We're having difficulties hearing you at this end. I don't know if other people are suffering the same problem.
Mr. Miller.
Very, very quiet and cutting out.
Not good.
Yeah, likewise, it's really faint so far.
Better. Is that still okay? Sounding clearer to you yet?
Oh,
yeah,
that was better.
It appears to be a poor connection. I'm going to be given another headset just in case that solves it. Sorry for the delay. Now. Yes, is that clear to you? I get one thumbs up, I get a nod, good. Sorry about that. Right, hopefully that's my only technical glitch of the day. Get it out with early. Okay, so Mr. Hardy had taken me to CD 007, the Statement of Appeal, Appendix 3, which is the assessment that I wrote back in May of 2021. And the relevant section of it in terms of methodologies were paragraphs 9 to 21 of Appendix 3. I think in terms of a correct approach, it's important to establish the context. So this was EIA development. So we're looking for an approach that's relevant to EIA. And in the case of the Atwood Roman Fortlet, it was a case where the impact related to change in the setting of the asset. Clearly, it's going to need to be an approach that addresses setting adequately. And the final building block, if you like, in that context is the ultimate policy context. And here we're dealing with a scheduled monument, and therefore we need to have an approach that leads us to conclusions that are relevant to the scheduled monument policy test, and specifically at SPP paragraph 145. Although obviously we have to bear in mind the local development plan test as well, policy 12 in the North Ayrshire local development plan, which is essentially the same as SPP 145. So so the correct approach has to address all those topics. There is no formally prescribed methodology in this context, and therefore what we need to rely upon is good practice guidance. And we have two particular pieces of non-statutory guidance that are relevant in large part in this case, and they are managing change setting guidance from Historic Environment Scotland. That's CD 028, and then the jointly published S&H HES Environmental Impact Assessment Handbook, CD 029. So they're the main references for the good practice.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gardner. I'd like to move to one of those. I don't need to go to Managing Change just yet, but I want to go to the Environmental Impact Assessment Handbook. So that's at 29.
Yes.
And first of all, I just want to see who authored that document. What's the provenance of it?
It's jointly authored by Scottish Natural Heritage, as it was at the time, Nature Scot now, and Historic Environment Scotland.
Thank you very much. And I want to turn in the document to Appendix 1. So that starts on internal page 172.
I have it.
And paragraph 1 I just want to have a look at that. Perhaps you could read that to yourself. So paragraph 1, page 173.
Okay.
Second sentence, given the multiplicity of cultural heritage assets range of proposals that may be subject to EIA, it does not provide a rigid approach that must be adopted. And thirdly, rather, it's intended to provide a framework for a transparent and consistent approach that's broadly applicable, hence facilitating the robust application of professional judgment. You're involved in this week in, week out, Dr. Carter. What do you take from that? What do you take from that paragraph in the appendix?
I think that what this is reflecting on is that EIA is an approach that's applied in a very wide range of situations, but at the heart of it is a concept in EIA of proportionality and of ensuring that ultimately the decision maker is given the information that they need to arrive at an informed decision. So it's encouraging you to think all the time about the particular circumstances of your case and making sure that the approach you adopt is relevant and proportionate to the circumstances and is going to give ultimately the information that is needed.
And in terms of the relative roles, if you like, of prescription, you've been doing this a long time, and are you told exactly what to do, or are, as long as the rubric, as long as the fundamentals are covered, what's the role for the input of a professional assessor?
I think it is about giving clear advice that is laid out in such a way that anybody reading it can understand how the opinions expressed, the conclusions reached have been arrived at. So it needs ideally a structure that is easy to follow, clear to follow, so that it's clear what has been done, but ultimately recognising that in issues such as this, there will be a significant element of professional judgment. So the specialist needs to exercise that judgment, be able to explain how they exercised it and why they arrived at the decisions that they did.
And then just over the page, to build on that, paragraph 4, in the middle of that sentence, you'll see a sentence, given this inherent dynamism, as a historic environment, Scotland believes that protection of the historic environment is not about preventing change. However, change as a result of development should be managed sensitively and with understanding to achieve the best outcome for the historic environment of the people of Scotland. Specifically, change should be managed to protect and, where possible, enhance the cultural significance of heritage assets. To achieve that goal, fiscal planning decisions must be based on an appropriately detailed understanding of the affected assets' cultural significance, the ways in which the proposal will affect the assets and the setting, and the resultant change in their cultural significance. What do you take from that particular paragraph?
I think this is introducing what is now one of the central themes in cultural heritage practice, which is this concept of cultural significance, and it being the cultural significance, what we value about an asset, is the thing that we're seeking to protect. And therefore, in terms of impact assessment, we need to understand the cultural significance of an asset if we're going to adequately assess any potential impacts on that asset. So it's the central thing that we need to understand and that we need to assess the development against.
All right. Well, if that's the central thing that we're trying to protect, let's see if we can find some help with definitions. So we're going to come back to this document, but CDO 1.030, which is HEPS, and it's page 5, if we may.
I have it.
So in the definition section, you'll see cultural significance. So words and phrases used in this policy. Do you just want to read that out?
Yes. So this is page 5 of HEPS, and the definition of cultural significance. Cultural significance means aesthetic, historic, scientific, or social value for past, present, or future generations. cultural significance can be embodied in a place itself, its fabric, setting, use, associations, meanings, records, related places, and related objects. And then it makes clear that that definition is derived from an ICOMOS Australia document, the Borough Charter, which 2013 certainly was the most recent edition then. I'm not up to date on which edition Borough Charter is on at the moment, but the Borough Charter is a key ICOMOS document.
I'm particularly interested in that the reference there to where cultural significance can be found, or where cultural significance reposes, if you like. Cultural significance can be embodied in a place itself, so building or the asset. I think that's straightforward. It's fabric, and then it's setting, use, associations, and meaning. So, is it, in your view, setting for setting's sake, if I can put it like that, or is it setting to see how that contributes, or what degree of cultural significance is embodied in it?
I think it's very much the latter. I think it's one of the useful things about cultural significance as a concept is that it brings together all these potentially disparate aspects of what we value about a place. So, for example, it would include both the tangible and the intangible. You can include as it says, associations and meanings, which could well be intangible things. It's a very all-embracing concept, and I think what it does is perhaps help us move away from a position we were in perhaps particularly 10, 20 years ago, where often setting was seen as a standalone topic, rather than seen as simply part of this wide-ranging definition of cultural significance of the asset. And I think what cultural significance allows us to do is to bring everything together into a single assessment, and to focus on the extent to which any of these things, including setting, do or do not contribute to cultural significance, rather than being treated as something to be valued, something to be protected in their own right.
Okay. Then if we could move, we're going to come back to 029, as I've indicated, 028 and 029, but I want to then move to 048. 10.48, that's the HES designation policy and selection guidance.
Yeah, I have that.
And it's Annex 1, which deals with scheduled monuments. And then you'll see at the top of that how we decide if a site is of national importance for designation as a scheduled monument. You see that?
Yes.
And then over the page to paragraph 16, selection guidance for determining national importance for scheduled monuments. So could you just read that out, and then I'd like a comment on it, please.
So paragraph 16, when assessing a monument for scheduling, we consider whether its cultural significance is of national importance. We examine its cultural significance under the following headings: intrinsic characteristics, how the physical remains of a site or place contribute to our knowledge of the past; contextual characteristics, how a site or place relates to its surroundings and or to our existing knowledge of the past; and then associative characteristics, how a site or place relates to people, practices, events, and historic and social movements.
Thank you very much. And do you want to make comment on that now, or we can relate that back to?
Yeah.
We're going to go.
Yes, sorry. Yes. You asked me to, and I forgot to. Yes. I think I suppose two obvious comments. One is clearly the link between this and the definition derived from the Borough Charter. And so this is very clearly cultural significance as understood in Borough Charter, but here arranged under three main headings, I think, for convenience. And perhaps to note that it's under contextual characteristics, where it's about how a site or place relates to its surroundings, which is where I feel we get the read across into setting and the contribution that setting could make to the cultural significance of, in this case, the scheduled monument, obviously relevant in the case of the Outward Roman Fortlet. Through contextual characteristics, it's encouraging us to think about setting and that link to cultural significance.
Okay, well, let's just move that on a little bit. So we're interested in cultural significance. That's the key thing. It's not setting for setting's sake. It's how setting contributes to that cultural significance. If you can go back to the EIA handbook then, so that's 1.029, and in particular, paragraphs 33 to 35. So that's internal page 180. And some useful material there and understanding the contribution that setting makes to cultural significance. And just like your comment there.
This is the point where the general EIA methodology approach, if you like, from the handbook addresses what is of particular interest to us in this present case, which is matters relating to setting, and therefore it has the obvious cross-reference to managing change in the historic environment setting, so CD 028, and then picks up on, in this case, the key matters around baseline understanding of significance and how our understanding of the setting of an asset can contribute to that.
And that list in 33, we're not going to read all of that, that list in its entirety. A number of things there. And 34 takes us to this. The above list concentrates on aspects of setting that contribute positively to cultural significance. But the baseline survey should also gather information regarding detracting factors and neutral aspects of setting. And 35, it's a non-exhaustive list. Not all of the above will apply. The use of a field sheet, possibly drawing upon the results of desk-based research, may be helpful in order to guide structured recording of the setting as an aid memoir. Such structured recording will assist in the production of a robust assessment. I just want to focus really on those on 34, which is the summary. And what, if anything, does that tell you about that? The point that we discussed, not setting for setting's sake, but setting as it contributes to cultural significance.
I think what it's encouraging you to do is to analyse the setting in terms of cultural significance. So it isn't simply a matter of describing the surroundings of an asset. It's about understanding the ways in which that the surroundings either do or don't contribute to that cultural significance. Now, obviously, we come back to a point we mentioned earlier around proportionality, around relevance to particular cases. So depending on the particular case you have, depending on the particular way it's relating to its setting, depending on what the development proposal is, you may choose to provide more detail on particular aspects rather than others. So there's that judgment got to be exercised there. But it's recognizing that at all times, that in the back of your mind, you need to be thinking, is this making a positive contribution? Is it actually a negative contribution, or is it just neutral? So it's not just a matter of description.
Okay. So I want to link back to the HES guidance on setting and just do this. We're going to stay in 1029, but I just need to make a reference back to 1028. And in particular, it's page 8. So if we could just go back. Page 8. So this is assessing the impact of a change. And it's a 3-stage approach. We can see that on page 8. So in assessing impact of change in setting, stage 1, identifying the historic assets. How does that link, if at all, across to the EIA process? What stage is that?
I think we have to be slightly careful about trying to do a direct read across specific stages of EIA to specific stages of this process, because the process is somewhat iterative. But I tend to see the stage 1 as perhaps best associated with scoping at EIA, if you know if a scoping is done thoroughly and done with the substantive evidence base, then it's very much the process that you'd want to go through at stage one of the setting process.
Okay, stage two then, defining and analysing the setting. Again, maybe a caveat, but if you're going to read across into the EIA.
That would largely lie in baseline. It's about assembling your understanding, assembling the relevant information about the heritage resource of the area affected by your proposed development that you previously defined in that scoping stage.
And then stage three, evaluating the potential impact of the proposed changes.
That would then be the actual impact assessment itself.
So that's helpful there. Now I want to go back. We don't need to go back for a while now to 028. We're back in 029. So the EIA handbook, we're almost there with the methodological stuff. I want to look at paragraphs 41 to 53. So paragraphs 41 to 53 in appendix 1.
Okay.
And paragraph 42, in the context of cultural heritage impact assessment, the receptors of the heritage assets impacts will be considered in terms of the change in their cultural significance. Proposals may result in beneficial impacts, for example, where they actively preserve the asset's fabric or remove a negative element of the asset setting, or adverse impacts, for example, where the cultural significance of an asset is degraded by loss of fabric or inappropriate change in setting. Change in the setting of an asset may be entirely neutral in terms of the resultant change in the asset's cultural significance, but this will rarely be the case where the actual fabric is affected. What's your comment on that, really, in terms of the centrality of the exercise?
I think that this probably covers 2 points. One is it's a reminder that impact will be judged in terms of changing cultural significance, either positive or negative. And the second one is the reminder that you could have change in the setting, but that change needn't affect cultural significance either in a positive or a negative way. And I think for sake of example, you can have quite a considerable change in the experience that you might have in the setting of a particular asset because of a development activity. But that intellectually is separate from saying, does that change in fact affect cultural significance? And to understand that, you need to go back to the work you've done in the baseline, in stage 2 of the setting assessment, where you have understood what it is about the setting that is contributing to cultural significance. Because if those aspects of setting, those qualities of setting that are making that positive contribution are actually unaffected by what is nevertheless perhaps quite considerable change in the setting, then that change in experience itself won't lead to any change in cultural significance, and therefore there will be no impact. So it's just emphasising that there's a 2-step process there.
That's picked up probably in paragraph 43, which deals with visual change. So do you just want to read that and then comment on it?
Yes, it is just this point, but as you say, in connection specifically with visual change should not be equated directly with adverse impact. The impact should be assessed with reference to the degree that the proposal affects those aspects of setting that contribute to the asset's cultural significance. So yes, it's separating out change per se from change that affects cultural significance.
Yeah. So key thing, building this up, looking at cultural significance. It's not setting for setting's sake. It's setting as it contributes to cultural significance. And actually, you can have change in that setting, but what you're looking to see in paragraph 43 is how that contributes to cultural significance. Is that a fair summary of where we've got to?
Yes.
Last question, really, on methodology. Assessments of magnitude of change in cultural significance combined with sensitivity of the heritage asset, allowing conclusions to be reached regarding EIA significance. I want to turn to pages 184 and 185, and you'll see figures 1 and 2. So you've got Appendix 1, Figure 1, and Appendix 1, Figure 2.
I have that.
Just want to have you comment on those.
Yes, this is in EIA terms a very straightforward approach to impact assessment, where you consider first of all the magnitude of the impact. In this case, magnitude of impact on cultural significance, and then you can arrive at conclusions regarding the EIA significance of that effect by factoring in what here is referred to as the sensitivity of the historic environment receptor. So it's a standard EIA approach. Magnitude plus sensitivity equals EIA significance.
Okay, so then let's take that a minute, and you follow your assessment methodology. That gives you a finding, as you say, expressed in terms of magnitude of impact on overall cultural significance and then EIA significance. How does that correlate? How does that read across, if at all, to the national policy test for scheduled monuments, which is at paragraph 145 of SPP? That, I think, people need it. It is at CD 1.019. It's paragraph 145, obviously. What's the relation? That's really the key point in this, or one of the key points in this inquiry, Dr. Carter. How do you get from, or what's the read across from EIA findings that we've just gone through into paragraph 145?
I think it is a slightly awkward read across, because the language of SPP paragraph 145 does not necessarily sit very easily with EIA handbook and managing change. And so I suppose there's two parts to it. One is that it is a test relating to integrity of setting that deals with setting in isolation, rather than dealing with cultural significance in the round, which is the context in which other current policy is very much framed. And it also requires us to understand the meaning of integrity. Obviously, we for the purposes of this appeal, we've reached agreement with Historic Environment Scotland about the working definition for integrity, and no doubt we can come on to that.
Yes, we're going to come back to that. Yeah.
Later on. So that defines it there. I think there remains a slightly clumsy read across from one into the other. Nevertheless, it's perhaps worth noting that the starting point in general terms, I think, coming out of the EIA methodology, is that we're considering magnitude of impact as the read across into the integrity of setting test, because the paragraph 145 only relates to scheduled monuments. So the sensitivity, if you like, of the asset, the importance we're placing on it, is already taken into account in the test, because it's a test that only applies to scheduled monuments. So the read across is from magnitude. And so what we need to do is to take our finding on the magnitude of impact on cultural significance and convert that using the formula that we have agreed in terms of meaning of integrity into that finding for the paragraph 145 test.
All right. So let's look now. Let's leave the drier methodological stuff behind, having got that articulated in that way, to look at how you've applied that approach, the one we've just run through, into your assessment of impact on the Fortlet. Now, the obvious place to look there is CD 1.007, so that's Appendix 3 to the appellant's statement of appeal, and paragraphs 23 to 43 contain the meat of that. I'm not going to read it all, Dr. Carter, but I just want to break it down. I'm sure people will have read that, you'll be questioned on it, but the first subsection, let's do with a description. Just tell us what you, so paragraphs 23 to 25, just in.
Yes, paragraphs 23 to 25, that's just a short description of the physical remains of the fall, its surroundings, and the current interpretation of the site. So that's basically understanding some basic characteristics of the asset itself.
And then the results, presumably based on the archaeological excavations of Newell in 1970, is that?
That certainly remains a key source for our understanding of those physical remains, yes.
Very much. Then next section, cultural significance of the fortlet. So I'm interested particularly in paragraphs 26 to 34. Do you want to just give us a thumbnail of that?
Yes, this then builds on that first subsection and explains my understanding of the cultural significance of the fortlet. And so that's both the intrinsic characteristics of the fortlet itself, and the contextual characteristics contributed by its surroundings. And that then leads to identifications of the positive contribution that that setting makes to the cultural significance of the fortlet. And if we were to put those first two subsections together, what we have is stage 2, effectively, of the HES setting guidance. So that's the baseline work that it identifies the asset and explains my understanding of its cultural significance.
I'm interested in paragraph 34, where you summarise the contextual characteristics, and then 34, the setting of the fortlet on a north-south ridge facilitating movement along the coast with extensive views out over the Clyde contributes to our appreciation of its function and the important role this small military base played in the wider strategy for defence of the Roman frontier for perhaps 20 years in the mid-2nd century AD. So you've told us what we're looking for are those aspects of setting which positively contribute towards cultural significance and understanding appreciation of it. Is 34, is that your findings in relation to that? Are they your?
Yes, yeah, that's that's where the preceding text leads up to. That having understood the asset in the way that I do, and that's in the preceding paragraphs, then we arrive at that conclusion that it's these two aspects of the setting of the fortlet that make this positive contribution. So the fact that it is precisely located on this north-south ridge, and that's, I think, we can understand in terms of facilitating relatively local movement around the fortlet. I mean, this is very much in comparison to other locations in the immediate vicinity. So they're deliberately putting themselves up on this ridge to facilitate north-south movement. And then the wider, more strategic point, if you like, about why they're there in the first place, which is very much about garnering these extensive views out over the Clyde, and the way that these views illustrate our understanding that this is part of the military strategy to control and monitor the west end of the Antonine Wall. So you've got both the large-scale strategic point illustrated by the setting here contributing to the cultural significance, and then a rather more local point about precisely where they place the fortlet in the landscape, which I think is about facilitating local movement. And so these two aspects of its physical setting of the topography, if you like, are making the positive contribution.
Okay. The fourth section then, assessment of impact on the cultural significance of the fortlet, and here particularly interested in paragraphs 39 to 43. Similar thing. Can you just give a thumbnail of that? What are you saying?
I think it's perhaps useful to combine this the third and fourth sections together, because in as much as the first and second sections read across into stage 2 of the setting guidance, the third and fourth subsections read across into stage 3 of the HES setting guidance. And so we have in the third section an analysis of what would change in the setting, the predicted change in the setting, focusing and very much on those elements of the setting that currently contribute to cultural significance and how they will be predicted to change as a result of the proposed development going ahead. In this case, it's very much focusing on those open views out over the Clyde. And then in the fourth section, arriving at ultimate conclusions about impact, magnitude of impact, significance of impact, where we assess the degree to which that predicted change identified in the third section converts into an impact on cultural significance of the portlet. And then I express those findings first in EIA terms, and then in terms of integrity of setting.
So paragraph 42 then is your EIA finding. So what you tell us is high sensitivity monument, and then overall, that's a high sensitivity asset relevant to the affected view. You consider it appropriate to conclude the impact is of moderate significance and therefore a likely significant in EIA terms. And then paragraph 43, that's the read across to policy. So turning to that policy test in SPP paragraph 145, necessary to consider whether the identified adverse impact of slight magnitude on the cultural significance of the fault is sufficient to affect integrity of setting, and you give your view that it doesn't. So the culmination of section 4 is an EIA finding, and then the read across a finding that you then make under SPP. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
The obvious point, I mean, there's agreement that was made, and we'll come to that just in a second. We can open up the document. The statement of agreed matters. So there's an agreement in relation to meaning of integrity of setting. Clearly, you undertook this assessment before that definition of integrity of setting was agreed. So I just want to understand how what your evidence is in relation to that. Does your conclusion in paragraph 42 and 43 in particular, does that remain valid?
Yes, it's the conclusion in 43 that might be affected. I believe that it does remain valid, and this is the conclusion I reach in my precognition. And the reason that I conclude that is that I think that in both cases, both definitions, the definition that I used myself in my original assessment, the CD007 Appendix 3 assessment that we're looking at here, and the definition that has been agreed with Historic Environment Scotland. In both cases, it allows for a degree of loss of cultural significance, a degree of adverse impact, and in both cases, I believe that the degree of loss, the degree of impact, would not be sufficient to cross the threshold that I believe that integrity test is setting. And whether we use the language of my original definition, the one in paragraph 20 of Appendix 3, where I say integrity of the setting will be affected when the contribution that the setting makes to the cultural significance of the scheduled monument is diminished to a considerable degree. I think that is sufficiently similar to the concept of adequate retention that is used in the jointly agreed definition, such as allows me to retain the same conclusion.
Well, let's just take that slowly because it's at the heart of this, Dr. Curtis. So you have your own, so the assessment was done earlier, we know that, but paragraph 20 of your Appendix 3 tells us, or that you say Appendix 1 of the EIA handbook doesn't deal with the schedule monument policy test, doesn't offer any advice regarding assessment of adverse impacts on the integrity of setting. But you understand from the advice produced by HES at paragraph 43, an assessment of adverse effects on integrity for SPP should be based on the degree the proposal affects those aspects of setting that contribute to the asset's cultural significance. This suggests the integrity of the setting will be affected when the contribution that setting makes to the cultural significance of a scheduled monument is diminished to a considerable degree. So that was the test that you were using, or you'd set yourself in paragraph 20, is that right?
That's right.
Let's turn then, and this is really the second of the big substantive topics, what is the meaning of integrity of setting? Let's turn to the statement of agreed matters. So that's at CD 1.079 and it's paragraph 4.4. Let's have that open.
bit.
So just reading that together, changes to factors of setting that contribute to cultural significance such that the understanding, appreciation and experience of an asset are not adequately retained. So the test that you got before, or the definition that you're working to, was diminished to a considerable degree. What you now have is changes to factors and then not adequately retained. What you're saying is, well, yes, slightly different formulation, but your conclusions that you'd reach remain valid. So I want to understand: is it exactly the same thing? Is it broadly the same thing? How do you see the read across between those two tests?
It's exactly the same, and I think that's more than the point that different words are being used. I think that the agreed definition, I think, allows for more exercise of professional judgment. My own wording was very much more based on a consideration of magnitude of impact, whereas this agreed wording, where it's referring to this notion of adequate retention of those factors of setting that contribute to cultural significance, such that understanding, appreciation, and experience are adequately retained. I think there is more of a judgment there about this notion about whether understanding, appreciation, and experience are adequately retained. It's clearly in the same territory. It's clearly getting at the same points, but it is approaching it in a slightly different way.
You and Ms. Roy had discussions with Hez in the run-up to the inquiry, and that definition was agreed. In terms of provenance, where it's come from, whether or not there are views expressed by reporters which can be used as reference points and so on, what do you say? Where's it come from? How useful to this reporter do you say that it is?
I think it is useful, and I note absolutely recommend it to the reporter. I have no hesitation in doing that. I think it's useful for a number of reasons. One is that it seeks to bring together the slightly disparate strands of policy and guidance that we're working with in this area, and I think it would be wrong to pretend that all of the guidance documents, all the policy documents they have, fit together perfectly. I think that there's certain disjunctions between them. But what this working definition attempts to do is to bring together both the central role that cultural significance now has in policy, with the vocabulary used in the setting guidance. So one of the difficulties with the setting guidance is that it makes very, very little reference to cultural significance. And so it's not explicit in the document as it perhaps could be in a later edition of what the read across is into cultural significance, between cultural significance and setting. That comes actually from other documents. So what it does is it uses the vocabulary of the setting guidance, so we get understanding, appreciation, and experience from that as being the ways in which we link from the setting itself to cultural significance. The reason that those elements of setting contribute to cultural significance is because they contribute to our understanding and appreciation of that cultural significance by the way in which we're experiencing it in the setting. So it gives that read across between the concept of cultural significance and understanding, appreciation, and experience, and then it then places that relative to the whole concept of integrity. It does it using this form of words, adequate retention. And adequate retention comes from previous appeal decisions, and the ones that have been discussed in this context particularly are Creggan and Burney now, but also there's useful building blocks in a slightly earlier decision at Rigghill. So what I think we can see in the definition we've arrived at, it has, as it were, a pedigree that reflects, I think, respects a chain of thinking that a succession of reporters have shown through Rigghill to Creggan and Burney now, picks that up, links it to the two key guidance documents, which is Managing Change Setting and the EIA Handbook, and ties that then into the policy test. So I think it attempts to bring all those elements together, and they're the elements we do need to bring together to have a robust understanding the meaning of integrity.
All right, we're going to look at the three appeal decisions fairly briefly in a few moments. That's Rigghill, Creggan and Burney now. But before we do that, I want to just pick up this point with you. That agreed definition in the SOAM is different from that used by the two witnesses for HES in their inquiry reports. And we can pick one of those. So if we take Ms. Cameron's report, I think that's CD 1.059. So I'll just ask you to open that up. So this is the
I have that. Yeah.
inquiry report then for Ruth Cameron. It's paragraph 48, where what Ms. Cameron says is this, that in order to maintain the integrity of a monument setting, the factors that contribute to its cultural significance must be retained so that the ability to understand, appreciate and experience the monument is not diminished. So just looking at that, the wording there, in your view, does that or does it not allow any loss of understanding, appreciation and experience?
My reading of this is that we're referring to the same thing in both cases, although the wording is slightly different. So in Ruth Cameron's inquiry report, we have factors that contribute to the asset's cultural significance must be retained. The ability to understand, appreciate, and experience the monument. And then in the agreed definition, we've changed it to factors that contribute to cultural significance, such that understanding, appreciation, and experience of an asset. I think they're two ways of saying the same thing. But in the first case, so in Ruth Cameron's report, the definition requires it that these matters are not diminished. These factors are not diminished. It appears not to allow any loss. Whereas the agreed definition from the statement of agreed matters suggests that these factors should be adequately retained. To my mind, that clearly allows for some degree of loss, some degree of loss of understanding, appreciation, experience. So I don't think they're the same, no.
Right, so there's an absolute and a relative.
That's how I read it, yes.
Is that, in terms of the definition in the SOAM, excuse me, just gonna get some water. It's just a frog in my throat, Dr. Carter. Right. In terms of the definition, so that one that we looked at that Ruth Cameron was working to is not diminished. If you had diminution by even a small level or small degree, in your view, would that pass that threshold? In other words, is there any degree of relativity that you see in the definition that was set out by Ruth Cameron used in the inquiry report?
That is the implication of it. It does appear to be written in those absolute terms, yes.
So that point was made, the SOAM was agreed. Ms Cameron then addresses the differences in the two definitions in her recognition. I don't know if you can draw that up. I think it's paragraphs 11 to 15 of Ms Cameron's recognition. Do you have that?
2 seconds.
Goodness, paragraph 15, I'm interested in particular. So, using the definition given in the SOAM requires no further alteration to the evidence in my report, to Dr. McLeod-Rivet's report. The analysis and assessment presented in those reports is consistent with the formulation for integrity of setting agreed in the statement of agreed matters. I want your comments on that, Dr. Cart, given what you've said about absolute against relative. How do you understand what she's saying there?
I think taken at face value, that's what she thinks, and to my mind, that makes me wonder whether, although we have an agreed working definition in the statement of agreed matters, we maybe do not agree about what it means. Because to my mind, there's a clear difference between the Historic Environment Scotland definition as used by Ruth Cameron in her inquiry report and the agreed working definition. So, but clearly Ruth Cameron does not think that. Well, certainly she, in her recognition, she doesn't explicitly address that adequately retained phrase, and doesn't explicitly state that her understanding of its meaning. But I take from this that she must have considered the point, and must believe that there is no difference in her original and the subsequent definition, and therefore it appears that we may not agree about the meaning of the agreed definition.
Okay, and in terms of any impact that might have on the work of Ms McLeod-Rivet, why does that matter?
I think, it leaves me uncertain where Historic Environment Scotland thinks that what you might term as a threshold of acceptability when it comes to the integrity test should be placed, and how, whether it's placing it in somewhere materially different to where I think I'm placing it, and where I thought I understood we were placing it in our jointly agreed definition. And in saying that, I think it comes from my reading of how adequately retained as an expression was used in Cregan particularly, and I think the point of agreement between the various reporters in those three decisions that some degree of adverse impact could be considered acceptable, so long as understanding and appreciation was adequately retained. Now, obviously, that isn't a precise definition of a threshold of acceptability, but it nevertheless suggests that there is a threshold to cross, and it's hard to square that with factors not being diminished, which appears not to allow for any degree of adverse impact. So I can't resolve that apparent difference.
All right, let's have a look. Then I can move relatively quickly through these, the appeal decisions then that you refer to. So Rigghill, let's take that first. And that's 1.075. And the paragraph I'm particularly interested in, they start at paragraph 130.
I have that.
Report to dealing there
Sorry,
with,
Mr. Hardy, I'll just need a little minute just to call this up.
of course.
You said Corlick Hill, that's 73, isn't it? Not 70.
Yes, have I got the reference wrong?
I might have got them muddled.
73 is Corlick Hill.
I'll let you know when I've got it up. Sorry, because I've called up 75, which will itself take a few seconds. Just bear with me a moment. Milne, have you got these easily to hand?
I apologise. I suspect I am the source of the dodgy numbering of these core documents. I was probably working from the wrong version of the list because I've got all three of them wrong.
That's at least you've got all of them wrong, Dr. Carter. That's very frank of you. Want to? I mean, it's your evidence. That's what's important. Where do you want us to go, and to which number?
Corlick Hill is 73. Cregan is 72. Burnley now is 75.
So, where do you want us to go first, Dr. Carter? What we're looking at is that point about reporters saying that it's not an absolutist approach. There is some harm that can be tolerated before the threshold is triggered in policy terms. So that's where do you want us to go to pick up those points first of all?
I think Corlick Hill is a good place to start. It's chronologically the earliest of the three, so that's CD 073.
If we do that, then paragraph 130. And what we can see there is, this is report to David Boulier, LDP policy HER 7 in requiring exceptional justification for a proposal that would have an adverse effect on the setting of a scheduled monument goes beyond the approach required in national policy. SPP does not require the setting of scheduled monuments to be protected from any adverse effects. Policy requirement is to avoid adverse effects on the integrity of the setting unless exceptionally justified. Therefore, adverse effects which are not so harmful that they affect the integrity of the setting do not need to demonstrate exceptional justification. Is there anything you want to add to that, or do those words stand for themselves?
I think it stands for themselves. It's perhaps worth pointing out that David Boulier was made this statement in the context of clarifying his understanding of the relationship between national and local policy as it was relevant in Inverclyde. That aspect is not relevant to us here. But in doing so, he makes the point that I think is interesting, that he clearly felt that that there was a degree of harm could be acceptable, and that then gets us start us down this road of adequate retention, although he doesn't use that phrase. That doesn't come in until Cregan, but he clearly establishes his understanding that the SPP 145 integrity test, inherent in that was an acceptance that there was a threshold of acceptability which you could lie above or below when it came to these adverse impacts relating to setting.
Paragraph 131, the last sentence Setting guidance confirms that an understanding of the impact of a proposed change on settings should not be confined to whether key views to and from the asset are interrupted, but should also assess whether the proposed change would dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand or appreciate the historic asset. Is there anything there for comment?
Again, it's seeing the development of this line of thinking that that it is that the adverse impact that it is we're seeking to understand using this language coming out from managing change setting is about our ability to understand or appreciate the asset. So it's in managing change language going to the cultural significance of the asset.
We seem to have hit a snag. Callum, are you still in the call? Hear me? It may be that they're trying to reconnect, so we'll just.
Sorry, David,
sorry,
I wasn't sure what was happening there. Mr. Hardy and Mr. Carter just disconnected by the looks of it.
Yeah, it maybe presumably they'll try and reconnect. We'll just sit tight for a minute, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
they were saying they were all in the same office, so it could well be the Wi-Fi's just cut out or something like that.
Mr. Milne, I don't know how long this might take. So if you want, you can, we can just pause the recording and you can turn your camera off and maybe just monitor, and hopefully we'll see Mr. Hardy and Dr. Carter come back in soon enough. But rather than have you just sitting there waiting, Callum, should we just pause the recording just now until we get it started up again? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm back on, I think.
Hi,
Back on?
David. Can I just
Yeah, hi. Can we add? Can you right? Hi. Can you see me?
I can't just yet. I think it's just taking a minute to load up.
Right. I'm sorry. There's a complete office-wide Wi-Fi outage for some reason.
Right.
It's never happened before. Don't know why.
I can see you now.
Right. Well, that can I just apologise, sir? That was a complete office Wi-Fi outage. I have no idea why, but I all I can do is apologise.
No, that's quite all right. If that's the only one we experience, then we'll be lucky.
I'd like to promise that. I'd like to promise that. I'm not sure having happened, I can, but yeah.
Well, it's happened to my end as well. So that's so we just paused the recording while you were trying to connect back in.
I'm just waiting for I'm waiting
sure.
for Stephen Carter to come back on.
Okay. Just to let you know where you cut out, you had taken Dr. Carter to paragraph 131 of Rigghill.
Yes.
And he then talked about developing line of thinking and coming back to this issue of cultural significance. And I think he'd finished that point, and I think that's where I lost you.
Yes, that's exactly where that's where I wanted to be. I'm just waiting for them to come back on. Sure. In terms of timing, just this, I mean, maybe we need to take a short tea break now. I'm told the good news is imminent.
Yeah, I suppose on timings, yeah, we'll have a break.
What I was going to say, well, I wasn't sure. I'm trying to do other things and listen to Dr. Carter. Right, Miss Roy's back on. Let's hope Dr. Carter is back on. Apparently, Carter's back on. The Carter is just about to join. Yes, there's Dr. Carter back on. What I was going to say, let me get to what I was going to say. There it is. I've got about 15 minutes left. So I was going to suggest if he couldn't get back on, we had a break. But actually, I think the sensible thing to do would be to push on, if that's okay, and then take the tea break at when Dr. Carter's finished.
Yeah, that's fine. Hello again, Dr. Carter. Sorry, we lost you.
I'm sorry to disappear.
Very sorry about that. That is live. Right, Dr. Carter, let's just focus back in. We were in Rigghill, paragraph 131 we just dealt with. Paragraph 132, let's skip over that. It was to do with visibility of turbines, not necessarily undermining integrity, but I think we've already dealt with that point. I want to then get to paragraph 141, which is really the conclusion where the reporter draws matters together. So could you just tell us where, from paragraph 141, you want to direct the reporter's attention?
Yes, I think 141 is useful because although the reporter didn't couch this in terms of a definition, effectively provides a definition relating to integrity at the end of paragraph 141. And if you start at where it says, for the reasons set out above, which is halfway through the paragraph, I'm satisfied that this would not significantly affect the visitor's ability to understand and appreciate the monument and how it relates to the surrounding landscape. I conclude that it would not undermine the integrity of the monument's setting. And from that, I would think that if we had asked him what was his definition, it would be integrity would be affected if the proposed changes would significantly affect a visitor's ability to understand and appreciate the monument and how it relates to the surrounding landscape. So I think we see clearly there what that particular reporter considered an appropriate test in connection with paragraph 145 of SPP.
Okay, then let's move to Cregan, the second of those decisions, and paragraphs 4.35 to 4.39 of the report. They give it's a fairly succinct analysis of the SPP policy. So from that section, do you want to just draw out the bits that you'd like to?
Yes, I think that in this set of paragraphs, so that's from 435 through to 439. It's I'm not going to read them all out, but I think they form a useful whole. I would encourage you, sir, to read them maybe later and consider them as a whole. I think what it does is it leads us from the reporter's understanding of SPP 145 through to a definition at 439, and it clearly in 436 sets that understanding in the context of managing change setting. So we see at 136, we consider that the effect upon setting and indeed its integrity, as referred to in SPP paragraph 145, should be addressed in these terms. That is, the terms of how the surroundings of a historic asset or place contribute to how it is experienced, understood and appreciated in the preceding paragraph. So the report here very clearly sets it in the context of the managing change guidance. And then what it goes on to do by 138 is to say, on this basis, we take the view that to assess the acceptability of the impact of on the settings, the effect the development would have on one's ability to understand and appreciate the assets should be the determinative issue in this regard. And then finally, at 139, they give us a definition.
All right, so let's just look at that together then at 439. Where the understanding and appreciation of an asset would be adequately retained, we consider it reasonable to conclude that the integrity of its setting would remain intact, as integrity of setting referred to in SPP at paragraph 145 is not defined elsewhere. So you can cut that in terms of word order a number of ways. So the integrity of the setting would remain intact, where the understanding and appreciation of an asset would be adequately retained. What do you take from that, and what reliance was placed on that, if any, in your formulation of the agreement with Hes in the Sower?
This was this whole run of reporters' decisions was certainly influential in the discussions with Historic Environment Scotland, and one point that Hes was very keen to introduce, and arguably it comes out as most clearly from Bernie now, which is the third of the decisions that we've not come onto yet, and that is the point that Cregan does not use the term experience when it refers to understanding and appreciation. Historic Environment Scotland was very keen that the word experience was added to the definition give it what it sort of as that greater breadth. And arguably that's the point that the Burnley Now reporter also makes. We were happy to do that. I think there is some difference in the way in which the term experience gets used in managing change. And it's very clear from both managing change and other policy documents that Historic Environment Scotland has used that the phrase understanding and appreciation appears regularly on its own in the absence of experience. I don't think it's a critical point, but just to be clear on the point, I think that experience in the context of setting is something rather more general than understanding and appreciation. When we visit a historic asset, we visit a place like the Roman fort that we were on site for the site visit last week. We experience that asset in its setting in a very general sense. And then depending on our background understanding of the asset, the nature of the asset, we then draw understanding and appreciation from that. And it's the understanding and appreciation of that experience of the asset, of our understanding of the asset, that goes to cultural significance. So I think I would be quite comfortable with a definition of integrity that doesn't involve the word experience, because I think it lies behind understanding and appreciation, and it is fundamental to our understanding of setting. However, I'm quite comfortable that Historic Environment Scotland was keen to have this added in, and it is there in the definition.
Well, let's look at how that was dealt with then in the third of those decisions. So Burnley Now, and it's paragraphs 550 to 553.
Can I just come in and just ask a clarification, just because you dropped off, the audio dropped off a little bit, Dr. Carter, there when you were taking us through that. So just we're about to maybe come on to it, because Burnley Now, of course, is a decision that I made, but Cregan doesn't include. By the time Cregan comes along, the guidance has been updated. The setting guidance has been updated. The word experience appears where it didn't in the 2010 version. Therefore, Cregan refers to experience. When Cregan quotes the guidance, it refers to experience. Said when it then comes to apply the judgment, if you like, experience isn't used. And I think so that's all fine. That's all straightforward. But I think when you were responding to that, what I think you were saying is that the terms understand and appreciate are commonly used together. I think it was just in policy more generally, maybe it was in.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yes.
Policy. I think we said experience isn't always used. It's not always that triumvirate there. Experience comes out more so in the setting guidance, and I think you also said that it's used in different ways. In this, it's not always consistently. In your view, it's not always used consistently in the setting. So that's what I'd written, recorded you saying. I just want to make sure that I've got the gist of that, because you were coming in and out.
I think perhaps this would, as you've raised those points, that's a good moment to respond on the point of the difference between the 2010 and the 2016 text of managing change. If I understood you correctly, I think you said that there were places where experience had been added to the 2016 text where it wasn't present in the 2010. Did I understand you correctly there?
So I haven't looked in detail at the 2010 guidance. I've looked at it before, but I think, it was probably a narrower point than that. It was simply the test. I think when the Corlick decision was made, the guidance referred to understand and appreciate, but by the time Cregan came along, the experience had been added in the 2016 version. I think that's my understanding, but if that's wrong, then put me right on it.
I think that there's perhaps 2 points I'd make about that. One is if we just went through the two texts and we looked for the way in which it had changed and literally which words have been added and which words have been removed. I have only identified one place where the word experience has been added in 2016, and that is where the text that was at paragraph 3.1, the last bullet point of paragraph 3.1 in the 2010 guidance used the term effect, the overall effect formed by the above factors. By 2016, that has become the overall experience. So so there's an adjustment of wording there in this is text early on in the guidance about what contributes to setting. Otherwise, experience is not added. However, if we go to paragraph 413, which was the specific paragraph that was being quoted from in Cregan, and I think this is perhaps the more important point in relating to understanding how things may or may not have changed from Rigghill and Cregan through to the Burnley now and to this present case. The text that is at paragraph 413 in the 2010 guidance does not survive in that form in the 2016 guidance. However, the key phrases and in fact the points that were being quoted in Cregan about key views and about changes that would dominate and distract, that text comes through into 2016. It hasn't changed. So if we look, and unfortunately the 2016 guidance doesn't have paragraph numbers, so it's often hard to cross-reference. But if you go to page 10 of the 2016 guidance, and this is the text under stage 3, the heading stage 3, and in the right-hand column, you'll see the start of a list of bullet points, factors to be considered. The first 2 bullet points, if you compare them back with the text at 413, they are the text that the Cregan reporter quoted. And it continues to be a reference to our ability to understand and appreciate the historic asset. And it continues to be the case that there is no reference in the stage 3 guidance. There's no reference to experience. And simply, in both cases, 2 references to understand and appreciate. So whatever the merits or not of including the word experience in the definition with reference to integrity, I don't think that there is any material difference between the 2010 and the 2016 guidance in the way that the term experience has been used in the guidance, the meaning placed on it, and the way in which understanding and appreciation have been used.
Okay. I don't know whether you've finished, but that's a useful jumping off point to move to 553 then of the Burning Now decision. Let's get straight to that. Dr. Carter.
Yes.
Where what the reporter, having had the discussion, there's a discussion of Cregan, and that's found to be useful. And at 553, what says, I find a helpful approach to follow, although I also pay regard to the effect on how each asset would be experienced, as that term is also used in paragraph 2.1 of the setting guidance. In making such an assessment, I have regard to the kind of factors to the extent to which they're relevant here set out in paragraph 3.1 of the setting guidance. So is that, do you want to add anything to what you've got to say, and how, if anything, does that affect the definition in the statement of agreed matters that we now have here?
Yes, I certainly think I wouldn't want to disagree with what's said at 553 of Burnley now. And all I would do is refer back to 436 of Cregan, where they quote paragraph 2.1. And I think the fact that the word experience does not come through in the definition at 439 of Cregan doesn't mean that they didn't take into account the experiential factors relating to setting. I think that's clearly there in 436. And so I suppose my main point here is I think we don't need to distance ourselves from what the reporters at Rigghill and Cregan were doing, because they were informed by the 2010 guidance. I think it's not an important point. And I think the point I would want to stress is that here we have a succession of reporters tackling this difficulty about what to do about integrity because it's not defined, and very much developing the same line of argument as they go along from Rigghill in 2016 through to Burnley now and through to the present day. So I think it's all useful background. I think should give us confidence that there is a degree of agreement here about how we should be tackling integrity, and that the definition that we've agreed with Historic Environment Scotland for the present case is part of that continuum. We're not going in a different direction.
Okay, well, that's all very useful. Now, the third part, which is the last 10 minutes or so, Dr. Carter, is really what's the difference? So we've gone through methodology, we've gone through the integrity of setting, the provenance of that definition, dealt with the absolutist point and relative points. So that we've got those building blocks. You then go, well, why have you come to a different view? So conclusions that you've reached different to those of Mary McLeod at Rivet. And you deal with this really in your precognition at paragraph 4.4. So it's in your section 3.8 where you note the key differences. So could we turn to paragraph 4.4 of your precognition?
Yep.
And what you note, really the differences in analysis are threefold. Relevance of current land use and landscape character, firstly. Secondly, then identification and relevance of Scarmley Glen as a natural routeway. And then thirdly, the enhanced importance of views towards Rothsey Harbour and the Kyles of Bute. So I want to just take those in turn. The relevance then, first of all, of current land use character and landscape character. Where do you want to go just to illuminate that?
I think here I'm thinking of what is in Mary McLeod Rivet's inquiry report, which is CD 61.
Yep.
And paragraphs 38 to 45.
So let's just find that. So that's the inquiry report 1061, and then paragraphs 38 to 45. Yep.
And I think this is just to emphasize that I think I do not agree with her analysis here about the relevance of the current landscape character and land use in the area currently surrounding the Fortlet, and its relevance to our appreciation of the Fortlet and the landscape it was built in Roman times, and the possible similarities between the two. I think it both potentially overstates our understanding of what the contemporary landscape was in the 2nd century AD, but perhaps more importantly, I think it overstates the relevance of this to the cultural significance of the Fortlet. Because I don't think the precise nature of the landscape and land use was relevant to the siting of the Fortlet. It basically wasn't placed where it was placed in the landscape because of those sort of local landscape character land use factors. it was placed there for much more strategic reasons and for reasons about openness of use. So insofar as the landscape is or was open, that is relevant. But I don't think it goes beyond that into the detail of land use and landscape character.
All right. So the current landscape you accept to be open, and it's a matter of agreement and common sense that there are panoramic views. So how, given the current land use situation, how do you say that that is relevant or not in terms of similarity to what may have been there in the Roman period?
Yeah, I think it is just that point of openness that matters, and what is the detail of what is going on in the foreground, whether it is rough grazing, whether it is cultivated land, whether it has other settlement visible in it or not. So, for example, there is prehistoric settlement a short distance to the northwest of the hill fort. We don't know if it's contemporary with the hill fort or not. But if, for the sake of argument, there was contemporary settlement that the Roman military could have interacted with, we simply don't know. But I think none of that actually goes to our appreciation of the military planning that went into the siting of the fortlet, and its strategic role and its relationship to the Lurg-Moor fortlet and its relationship to the fort at Bishopton and the Antonine Wall. These are the factors that lead it to be sited where it's sited. So I just think it's a piece of interesting detail, a piece of interesting speculation, if you like, about the nature of the Roman landscape and land use was like. But I don't think it goes to our appreciation of the fortlet, and I don't think it is an element of of how setting contributes to significance of the fort.
Okay. Second of those bullet points, then, the differences. So identification and relevance of Skelmerley Glen as a natural routeway. I think there are a number of references in the report to this. What do you want to say about that?
Yes, I think it's perhaps, again, there's some specific paragraph references that you may wish to pick up on, sir, later in your reading. And if I give them to you, they are paragraphs 47, 54, 70, 71, 74, 79, 83, and 97. And I think perhaps that illustrates that this is a topic that Mary McLeod Rivet returns to on a number of occasions. So it's quite it looms quite large in her evidence. And this relates to her analysis of natural routeways and the suggestion that the precise location of the fortlet is at a junction of a number of natural routeways. And the one that I think I would particularly want to pick up on is Skelmerley Glen. And the notion that this functions as a natural routeway between the fortlet and the coast. It is a matter of fact that if you take a direct route from the fortlet to the coast, you could easily end up walking down Skelmerley Glen. It's in that direct line westwards down to the coast. However, I see the Glen as a narrow, steep-sided ravine with a fast-flowing stream in the bottom of it. And if I was trying to get from the fortlet to the coast, I would not walk down Skelmerley Glen. It would be very difficult ground to cover, and it would be particularly difficult if you're on horseback, which it's been reasonably suggested that at least a component of the Roman forces using the fortlet would have been mounted. I think it's simply not the case that Skelmerley Glen is a natural routeway, and in a sense, you might say, well, does that really matter so much? And I think I want to draw your attention to it because it is referenced so heavily in Mary McLeod Rivet's analysis of the setting, and I just think it misunderstands the nature of the ground that Skelmerley Glen presents.
Okay. And then the third, and this is the last topic for evidence in chief, Dr. Carter, it's the third of the topics which you say marks the difference, and that's the enhanced importance, as you see it, that's placed on views towards Rothesay Harbour and the Cars of Bute. So Same exercise, references that you say are relevant in the inquiry reports and precognitions, and what's your response?
Yes, again, if I perhaps just give a few paragraph references to preface this, and so this is referring to her analysis of paragraphs 53, 69, and 82. And what she suggests is that within this wider panorama that we recognise, I think is common ground, is important to our appreciation of why the fortlet is sited where it is, and its strategic role in the defences of the Antonine Wall. She highlights the fact that you have a view across to Rothsay and what you might refer to as the southern end of the Carls of Bute, and suggests that the ability to command a view of that particular place has a clear link to Roman military tactics, and to a recognition on their part that that location was a point of particular risk, of particular danger, if you like, of hostile forces, and of the suggestion that it is a likely location from which hostile forces might emerge, and therefore it's one that you would particularly want to command a view of. So it's, as it were, it's recognizing a specific sight line within that wider panorama. I think that in general terms that is overstating our understanding of the contemporary military situation. I think we know very, very little about the nature of the forces that might have been raged against the Roman army in the 2nd century, what the nature of those hostilities were, what it was that the Romans were needing to guard against. And in drawing attention to Rothsay, I think that although clearly from the Middle Ages onwards, Rothsay became an important port, I think to project that back by a millennium to the 2nd century, I think it takes too far our understanding of the situation. And from what little knowledge we have of contemporary boats and the way in which people moved by sea at this time in this part of the world, they would have had no need for any form of sheltered anchorage or harbour. My understanding is that we're talking about relatively small, light timber-framed, skin-covered boats. And I just think that placing particular focus on Rothsay and the view to the southern end of the Carls of Bute is taking the analysis too far. But if, for the sake of argument, that was where they wished to be viewing, and the Romans had a particular concern about a view to Rothsay Harbour, I'm not convinced that the precise site chosen for the fortlet, the site that we find it on today, would have had most visibility into the Carls of Bute. I think if that really had been the determining factor in the location, you could have gone further south, for example, onto the Knock, or somewhere like that. Where further south, you would have seen more easily northwestwards up into the Carls of Bute. But as I say, I don't think that this is a piece of analysis that is sufficiently supported by evidence to make it carry any weight. I think the relevance of the view is about the broad panorama. And I think that is actually its characteristic. It's the fact that it is so broad and sees so much. It's not about seeing one particular element in that view, such as the harbour in Rothsay.
Okay, those are the 3 points. And just to end your evidence in chief, Dr. Carter, the conclusions that you reach in your recognition. For section 5, you tell us you note that the recently agreed definition in the SOAM. You summarise your own assessment of predicted impacts of the proposed wind farm and the cultural significance of the fortlet, which we've gone through, and it comes to this 5.3. You've reviewed the assessment of impacts on the fortlet by Mary McLeod Rivet. This is your paragraph 5.3. Identified 3 main points of disagreement. Her analysis of how setting contributes to cultural significance, and you believe those points which are matters of professional judgment explain why she finds a greater magnitude of impact on the fortlet. So are they the 3 points that we have just gone through?
Yes, they are.
And bringing all those strands together, we've got the methodological base, we have the absolutist against the relative point, then we've got the potentially different weighting that's attached to those factors. Is there anything else that you want to draw out in your evidence in chief that you think the reporter needs to know at this stage, or does that adequately explain what you've done and why you think there is a difference with HES at this stage?
Probably the only thing I'd want to say is staying at paragraph 5.3 of my precognition. I say there that I believe that the difference between us relates to matters of professional judgment around our analysis of the setting and leading to why Mary McLeod-Rivet finds a greater magnitude of impact than I do. I think given what we've said this morning about the degree definition of integrity, I think I would have to accept that it is also possible that the difference between us lies in a difference of understanding still about the meaning of integrity, and that therefore if Historic Environment Scotland is setting the threshold lower than I believe I am, even if they would find a similar magnitude of impact, they might consider that to be unacceptable and fail that integrity test when in a situation where I don't. So I think it'd be wrong of me, I think, to be definitive on that point. I think there are issues of analysis of the setting and that lead to differences of opinion about magnitude. As I say, they're matters of professional judgment, but there may also be this residual issue around the meaning of integrity.
Yes, and so to explore and ultimately for the reporter to determine what is meant by that definition in the SOAM and how that's approached, as well as the factors which the more substantive evaluative factors which we've looked at. So there's really two points which are at large. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, I think that's the case. Yes.
Good. Well, with that is evidence in chief. Thank you very much. So maybe that's a sensible time just for a comfort break and a cup of coffee.
Yes, I'll second that. Thank you very much, Mr. Hardy. Thank you so far, Dr. Carter. So it's 11:35. Shall we come back at 11:45? Mr. Milne, that bit of time for you to be ready to cross-examine? Is that okay for you?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Mr. Milner, I'll pass over to you for cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. And good morning, Dr. Garth.
Good morning.
In terms of documents which I'm likely to refer, they really are the documents you've already been looking at this morning, and another three. For document number 2, the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, Volume 2. Document number 69, the inquiry report in the Quanterness Wind Farm Public Inquiry. And we involve some digging out of hard copies, but document number 36, Simmons M. Protecting the Roman Empire, published by Cambridge University Press in 2018. I don't know if everyone has those to hand, and I can just press on, because there was a suggestion it might take some time to dig out some of the academic.
I think that would be the question, Mr. Milne. It's in relation probably to those last two documents. I don't know where in your cross-questioning you're going to get to those. We haven't got them to hand, but if it's going to be a little bit while, we will get them.
It will be in a little while.
Thank you very much, in which case I think we're safe to proceed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, Dr. Carter, the first document that I was wanting to take you to is Scottish Planning Policy, document number 19. And if you could please go to page 39 of the PDF, where we find the relevant policy, number 145.
Okay.
Do you agree that this policy identifies a need to consider impact on integrity of setting?
Yes.
And do you agree that there are two limbs to this policy? The potential for a proposed development to have an adverse effect on a scheduled monument, and second limb, or on the integrity of its setting.
I agree.
And does the term cultural significance appear in this policy?
No, it doesn't.
This might involve a bit of going backwards and forwards, but staying in Scottish planning policy. Could you please go to page 3?
I don't have a full copy in front of me. I'm just going to ask for somebody to pass me a full copy of SPP if they have it to hand. Sorry.
No, that's fine, and it's just page 3. I'm not going to dot about any more than that.
I think I'd be happy for you to quote to me from SPP if that would ease proceedings.
Well, we'll see if that's sufficient. So, Roman 5 at the bottom of page 3 tells us that the SPP should be read and applied as a whole. Where must is used, it reflects a legislative requirement to take action. Where should is used, it reflects Scottish ministers' expectations of an efficient and effective planning system.
Sorry, I do now have a full copy in front of me. So if we could just give me the page reference again, and I'll.
Page 3 of the document. Yes, which is page 7 of the PDF, but I appreciate you have a hard copy in front of you. Yeah. So small Roman 5 is what I'm looking at. And Excellent. I was just reading out the SPP, we're told, is to be read and applied as a whole. Where must is used, it reflects a legislative requirement to take action. Where should is used, it reflects Scottish ministers' expectations of an efficient and effective planning system. So are we agreed that we have to take into account what ministers are telling us that should means in the context of Scottish planning policy, policy number 145?
Yes. I see bullet 5 on page 3, and I understand what it says. Yes.
And reading on that small Roman 5, we can skip the next sentence, but we read the key documents referred to provide contextual background or more detailed advice and guidance. Are you familiar with the description of key documents insofar as cultural heritage is concerned and the application of Scottish planning policy paragraph 145?
I don't think I could tell you which key document paragraph 145 is referring to, no. If that was the meaning of your question.
Yes, that's if you're familiar with the key documents listed under the cultural heritage part of Scottish planning policy. But if I take you then to page 33, I'm doing what I said I would not do, and I'm dotting about further. Apologies. Page 33, valuing the historic environment. And you see at the bottom of that page, we see a list of key documents, which includes Scottish Historic Environment Policy, the Historic Environment Strategy for Scotland, Managing Change in the Historic Environment, Historic Scotland's Guidance Note Series, then 2 Planning Advice Notes and the Scottish Environment Databases. Are we agreed that one of the documents which forms part of the Guidance Notes Series Managing Change in the Historic Environment is the guidance on setting from 2016,
yes.
to which we referenced earlier?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a reference in this list of key documents to the other documents to which you were making extensive reference this morning, the Environmental Impact Assessment Handbook, which was published jointly by the then Scottish Natural Heritage and Historic Environment Scotland?
No.
Sorry, I meant to ask, paragraph 145, again, where we see the 2 limbs of test. Does the test tell us that different weight should be attached to adverse effects on a scheduled monument and adverse effects on integrity of setting?
No.
Developing this, are parties agreed that changes to factors of setting that contribute to cultural significance, such that the understanding, appreciation and experience of an asset are not adequately retained, will affect the integrity of setting?
Yes, I was just reaching across from my copy of the SOAM just to make sure that was the precise wording, but I believe you've just read out the wording from the Statement of Agreed Matters, and yes, parties are agreed to that, yes.
So we're focusing on integrity of setting. I think we're agreed on that in light of the content of paragraph 145 of Scottish planning policy.
Yes.
Can I check that we've agreed that it is the adequate retention of the understanding and appreciation and experience of an asset derived from the factors of setting that contribute to cultural significance? I think that there are so many words used in the language around integrity. And I'll repeat that again. It's to check that we're agreed that what we're looking at is the adequate retention of the understanding, appreciation, and experience of the asset derived from the factors of setting that contribute to the cultural significance.
Yes, I think so. It's a difficult sentence to restructure, but I think I follow you on that, and I wouldn't want to disagree with that. Yes.
And you refer actually to the statement of agreed matters, document number 79. What I am, I've that in front of you as well. What I am wanting to ask you about now is that part of your evidence where you compared Ms. Cameron's definition of integrity with the definition contained in the statement of agreed matters. I appreciate, I'm certainly going to have to take this slowly. In terms of the comparison between the definitions that we have, that the difference between the definitions is a shift from retention of factors to retention of understanding, appreciation, and experience.
I'm sorry, I saw that as a statement. I didn't see that as a question. So apologies if I misunderstood you.
Sorry, I'd asked, are we agreed that the shift is from retention of factors to retention of understanding, appreciation, and experience?
So I'm comparing, for example, paragraph 48 of Ruth Cameron's inquiry report with the statement of agreed matters, paragraph 4.4. They're
Yes.
the two texts we're looking at.
That's what we're looking at. I'm asking if we are agreed that in Ms. Cameron's report, paragraph 48, to which you've referred, that there the focus is on the retention of factors that contribute to cultural significance. That's what Ms. Cameron is relying upon, isn't it?
I think, yeah, but both statements have a lot of similar words in them, but they use them. There are some differences. Both of them start with a statement about factors that contribute to cultural significance, and both end up with a statement about understanding, appreciation, and experience of the monument. And in both cases, the ultimate sort of test is around understanding, appreciation, and experience of the monuments. And this is dealt with by reference to the factors that contribute to cultural significance. So essentially, they're the same structure. In the first one, that is in Ruth Cameron's evidence, paragraph 48, the word retention is used in context with the factors that contribute to cultural significance, whereas in the second one, it's talking about changes to them. It uses a different verb. And then with regard to the second part, the understanding, appreciation, experience is to be not diminished. And in the second one, that is the statement of agreed matters, understanding, appreciation, experience are to be adequately retained. I'm not sure if those differences between the two can be summarized in the way you just did, that one is a shift from a retention of factors to a retention of understanding, appreciation, and experience. I can see where the point comes from, because the verb retained is used in different places in the two statements, but ultimately two statements are focusing on understanding and appreciation and experience of the monument, and the factors are contributed to that. So I think they're basically doing the same thing.
But it is difficult, do you agree, to compare these two definitions?
I think it's an exercise that's not without ambiguity. Yeah, it is not cut and dry. However, I think in the case of the two we're comparing here, it's sufficiently similar in structure and content. That is, we talk first of all about factors that contribute to cultural significance, and then we talk about ability to understand, appreciation, and experience. I think that structure is sufficiently similar to raise the question that I raised in evidence in chief, about that contrast between no diminution and adequate retention. But you're right, there are other differences to the statements that could introduce an element of ambiguity, and that's what you're pointing out to me. However, I believe it's sufficiently clear that the view I expressed earlier, I would stick to.
As regards, if I take you now to the index to the appeal statement, which you've lodged before the inquiry, can I check your role in this inquiry, which you do touch on in your statement, your report or statement? Did you undertake a full environmental impact assessment?
No.
Were you involved at all in the environmental impact assessment, which was undertaken in support of the planning application and is before this inquiry?
No.
Do you adopt the terms of the environmental impact assessment report as your evidence, or does your evidence stand apart from what is set out in the EIDR?
I was not asked to review or consider the vast majority of the material in the EIAR, and I therefore don't have an independent view on it. My role when I was asked to be involved with the project was very much limited to the outwards Roman fortlet, as that being the matter outstanding between the applicant at that time and Historic Environment Scotland. So my knowledge of the project and my personal views on it are very much related to the outwards Roman fortlet. And insofar as I needed to understand it, I reviewed the material in the EIA report relating to that asset and expressed opinions on the assessment undertaken in the EIA report for that asset.
Right, that's helpful for clarifying that. Thank you. So to ensure I've understood that correctly, your role was limited to considering the environmental impact assessment report insofar as it relates to the asset, which is the focus of this inquiry session, outwards Roman fortlet.
That's right. Basically, the situation, I think, wouldn't be a surprise to it's not unexpected that the applicants finding themselves in a position where they had a sustained objection from Historic Environment Scotland on a particular point, sought a second opinion on that point, because they were clearly concerned that they wanted to resolve that objection if they could, and also they wanted to understand how exposed they were in terms of the risk that posed to their project. So I was asked very specifically to deal with that point that very much arose from the objection from Historic Environment Scotland.
Don't let me mischaracterise your role. So just to check if I'm right in saying then that you've not undertaken an environmental impact assessment in respect of cultural heritage, but you have provided a second opinion on the work of the firm which prepared the EIAR.
I basically sought to replicate the assessment exercise they had undertaken for the Falkland to allow me to advise about basically whether I agreed or otherwise with the conclusions reached in the EIA report, and from that to advise the applicants on what an appropriate course of action might be.
Just to be clear, in your appendix, when undertaking this exercise that you've helpfully explained, did you rely upon the methodology as set out in the setting guidance, document 28?
In terms of the three-stage approach to assessment, yes.
And you also relied upon the EIA handbook to which you were taken this morning.
That's right.
And back to a point I raised earlier, which is the more relevant when considering the application of Scottish Planning Policy, paragraph 145?
Which is more relevant to undertaking an assessment?
To the application of Scottish Planning Policy, paragraph 145.
I don't know.
Put it to you for your agreement or otherwise that the managing change setting guidance is more relevant for two reasons. It applies, it deals with the specific issue of setting raised in paragraph 145, and managing change is listed as a key document on page 3 of Scottish Planning Policy, as we looked at earlier.
Yes, I understand your question, and I understand that it relates back to the early questions you gave me about those key documents, and I absolutely accept that one document is in that list and the other document isn't. However, from the point of view of undertaking an assessment, the two documents that we're now talking about do different things, and I am not using one to, as it would, replace the other or to have priority over the other. They provide different elements of the guidance necessary to undertake an assessment. They are not in competition. They are both contributing on their own topics. So one more generally about undertaking an assessment, and the other on a correct approach to setting.
Back to that in a minute. I think that's an important point for us to discuss. Looking at the setting guidance, a key document listed in Scottish Planning Policy, Mr. Hardy obviously took you through your, let me call it your report. Every time I refer to your report, I'm referring to the appendix to the planning statement.
Yes.
Number 7. Now, and Mr. Hardy took you through stages 1, 2, and 3 from the setting guidance and asked you to take the environmental, I was a bit confused, the environmental impact assessment report process, the EIA process, and the assessment of impact on integrity of setting, and asked you to draw a link between stages 1, 2, and 3. I think broadly that's what he didn't tell me if I've misunderstood that.
No, I agree.
Can I ask you to take me to your report and remind me of where your assessment of factors which contribute to the setting of this monument can be found?
That would be, as I said in my evidence in chief, if we go to the section of my report, page 5, titled Assessment of Impact of Outwards Roman Fortlet, it is the first two sections, so that's from paragraph 23 to paragraph 34.
You wanted to labour this, but what factors have you identified which contribute to the setting of this asset?
That comes in the ultimate conclusion in paragraph 34, where I note the north-south ridge on which the fortlet is sited and the extensive views out over the Clyde. And that's the conclusion of that analysis of contextual characteristics. And refers back to, in a sense, it's the ultimate conclusion of text that starts at 23, which is why I took you to 23 in the first place. So having established the setting in which it is located, having established how we understand this monument as a 2nd century Roman site, its connections to the other sites, the ultimate conclusion of that comes at paragraph 34. But read 23 to 34 as a whole.
Right, but it's helpful to refer, as you've done, to your conclusion at 34, where you've identified that factors of setting which you can contribute.
But the justification for that conclusion comes in the preceding paragraphs. That conclusion can't come out of nowhere.
I appreciate that what you were asked to do here was to, I think your phrase was, and correct me again if I misquote, is provide a second opinion in light of the local planning authority's refusal and this appeal. But Dr. MacLeod-Rivet in her report.
Do you need me to go to that?
That would be helpful, yes. Page 6, where Dr. MacLeod-Rivet starts at paragraph 25 under the heading "The Setting of the Scheduled Monument," does set out text. I'll certainly not go through it all, you'll be glad to hear, but set out the current landscape context, the character of the surrounding landscape, relationships with other features, both built and natural, views to, from and across or beyond the historic asset, or place, general and specific views, including foregrounds and backdrops of prominence of the historic asset or place, how the monument was intended to be viewed, and the contribution of setting to cultural significance of the monument. If you were instructed at the outset of the consenting process, which I appreciate you were not here, would you have prepared an analysis which was as detailed as Dr. MacLeod-Rivet, going through each factor of setting and explaining how it contributes? Because I put it to you that that's what Dr. MacLeod-Rivet has done, and you have not.
I think the honest answer has to be I don't know, because it's a hypothetical situation, and the obvious caveat you could place in all these situations is that at the outset of a project, it may not be at all clear which issues will come to the fore, but by the end of the project, it appears to be blatantly obvious are the key issues, and therefore require greatest attention. So how we would have been approached at the start of the project, I simply don't know. I wasn't there.
Do you not think it would have been helpful in terms of the reporter's appointment here if they had been provided with as full an assessment as Dr. MacLeod-Rivet has undertaken, and we're just at stage 2 just now at defining and analysing the setting, than you have provided? My point being that Dr. McLeod-Rivet has gone through each of the aspects of setting identified as possibilities in the 2016 guidance.
Yes, and I have seen on occasion over the years other assessments done in a similar way to this. I've seen other assessments done in an even, as it were, even more structured way than this. So I think different assessors have different ways of approaching these sorts of assessments. I think they're all compliant with the guidance, and the guidance does not insist that we structure it in a certain way. And my understanding of the relevance, particularly of those lists of factors, is that they are meant to be an assistance in, effectively, particularly an aid memoir of the factors that might be relevant to encourage us not to miss things that might be relevant. However, I believe that my assessment clearly identifies the factors that I believe to be relevant. Mary McLeod-Rivet's assessment identifies the factors she considers to be relevant, and I hope in both cases they are clear to the reporter what these two individual assessors believe to be the relevant points in understanding the setting of the outward Roman fortlet. The fact that we've approached them in different ways is a matter of fact, but I don't think it means that either of them are deficient assessments.
If I take you to paragraph 15 of your report, where you state the key point to note is that it is not possible to undertake an assessment of how any change might affect the setting. So we've now moved on to stage 3 of the 2016 guidance without first understanding the contribution that setting makes to the cultural significance of the asset. Stage 2. This is because, as noted above, whether change leads to an impact will depend on the way in which setting contributes to cultural significance. So I really just have to check that your evidence, which I think it is that the assessment which you have set out in your report, your second opinion, does provide an understanding of the contribution that setting makes to the cultural significance of the asset.
Yes, it does.
Now, going to your conclusion at paragraph 34, where do you state the contribution that the extensive reviews out over the Clyde contributes to our appreciation of its function? Sorry, to be clear, where do you state the level of contribution that those views make to understanding appreciation?
I'm not sure what you mean by level of contribution.
You state your opinion that they make a contribution. I'm basically saying how much of a contribution. I can be forgiven of lapsing out of EIA language and just use common parlance of significant contribution, a lesser contribution. My point is that Dr. McLeod-Rivet has gone through each of the aspects of setting and has explained how great a contribution each factor makes or otherwise, and you have not.
Yes, I don't express in those terms of level. If you wanted me to say that, for the sake of argument, that it contributes 5% of the cultural significance of the fortlet, or 50% of the cultural significance, I don't attempt to quantify it in those terms. No. I think it's a very difficult, a very questionable exercise, in fact, to try and compartmentalize, to say whether it is, how much more contribution is made by the intrinsic characteristics of, say, the surviving remains of the barrack buildings within the fault, whether they make a more or less contribution than the open view to the Clyde, or our understanding of it being located on a north-south ridge. I think that intellectually, I think that's a very difficult exercise.
We would say a necessary exercise. Can I take you to the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, Chapter 9, the Cultural Heritage part of the EIER, which you reviewed as part of the second opinion, and some key parts of this which you don't cover in your report. So I'd be grateful if you could confirm whether you agree with them or not.
Sorry, excuse me. Will I need a full copy of how much of this will I need? I have extracts in paper, but I may just ask somebody to pass me a full copy of Chapter 9 if that's useful.
I suspect that we are just, and don't hold me to this, but I think pages 32 and 33.
Paragraph numbers, if you could.
Sorry. 9.9.8.
Yes.
To 9.9.13. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I have that. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Right, so taking you to paragraph 9.9.8, if it's okay for me to take us to halfway through that paragraph, and I'll read. The Fortlet's position allows for extensive views inland to the north and east, as well as across the Firth of Clyde to the west and south towards Bute, Cumbria and Arran. Along with the Fortlet at Lurgmoor, it would have been possible to observe and monitor 50 kilometres of the 55-kilometre stretch of the Clyde from the Antonine Wall terminus at Old Kirkpatrick to the southern tip of Rothsay Island. Okay, that leads us to the next sentence. The site forms part of the wider setting of Fortlet within the open ground, descending to the Skelmerley water and to the coast. Do you take issue with any of that, or is that factual?
Starting from the Fortlet's position allows for.
Yes.
In my reading of this, I think whether I place it as strong as I take exception to it, I think saying that there are extensive views inland to the north and east, as well as across the Firth of Clyde to the west and south, I think is to underplay the contrast between quite how long and open the views are to the west and south, relative to quite how restricted they are, particularly to the east. So I don't think I would have emphasised the similarity of those two. I think I would, you know, as I note in my own account, it's the open views to the Clyde that I see as being a feature, not extensive views all round. With regards to the point about the ability to observe and monitor on the Clyde in combination with Lurgmoor, and I recognise that this is quoting from Symonds. I think it's possible to misunderstand what this means and quite how precisely it means, because when it talks about observing and monitoring 50 kilometres after 55 of the Clyde, that isn't true if it means seeing 50 out of 55 kilometres of the shoreline of the Clyde and of the water, you know, in the estuary, because we know that there is a section more than 5 kilometres long between Outerwards and Lurgmoor where you can't actually see the water. And from Lurgmoor, from my site visits, it's only possible to see as far as Dunbarton. So I suspect that there's some detail been lost in the quotation here, or in Symonds' understanding of it. So in that point of view, I could disagree with it, but I don't disagree with the fundamental point that the placing of Lurgmoor and Outerwards together, potentially with the one missing third site which Symonds, I know, speculates about in between, would have made an effective monitoring network particularly if it was undertaken with active patrolling rather than just static monitoring. So no, I don't disagree with the spirit of what's said there, but I think you need to be careful to understand the detail of what it's actually referring to.
Thank you. Paragraph 9.9.9 goes on to say the fortlet is not on the highest point in the surrounding landscape, nor is it set in a location where the western shoreline of the Firth of Clyde is fully visible due to the steeply descending ground. It appears, therefore, that the precise location of the fortlet was selected for its open views across the moorland to the north, for its views of the Brisbane Glen, and for its views towards the opening of the Firth of Clyde, as much as it was selected for views west to the Firth of Clyde and beyond. This visibility of multiple key transitional points in the landscape indicates that surveillance in all directions was of great importance to the Romans. The setting of the fortlet in a strategic location with commanding views in all directions thus greatly contributes to an understanding of its cultural value and of its high sensitivity to changes within the setting. So what we're reading here, and please do tell me if I'm misrepresenting the position, because I'm just going to pick out a couple of phrases. Surveillance in all directions was of great importance to the Romans.
That's not how I read the sighting of the fortlet, no.
And the setting of the fortlet in a strategic location with commanding views in all directions thus greatly contributes to an understanding of its cultural value. So what we do have here, leading to my question, is the author of this chapter of the EIAR does provide us with an assessment of the level of contribution that this aspect of setting makes to the cultural value here of the asset. You note that?
The last sentence greatly contributes to an understanding of its cultural value and its of high sensitivity to changes within its setting. I see that, yes. I did, whether you want me to comment as I did on the previous paragraph, whether I agree with the statements there.
I think that, yes, please do, that'd be helpful.
I must say this is not how I read the precise sighting of the fortlet, and I wouldn't place the same weight on surveillance in all directions as is done in this statement. I think that implies too much that there is a regard to static monitoring from a single location, whereas I suspect that active patrolling is a key part of the approach here. With a network that consists of potentially no more than 2 fortlets covering the whole of the western flank, I think it is unlikely that the Roman army sought to find 2 locations in this whole area that precisely covered everything that they wanted to view from a static point. I think it's much more likely that whereas the locations of both fortresses, both Outwards and Lurgmore, were carefully located to cover open views and basically to be located in an open commanding position, inevitably there is so much they cannot cover from a single point. They cannot, for example, at Outwards cover the shoreline at all, yet there's no reason to believe that wouldn't have been some relevance to them. So I think attempting to explain the precise location in terms of a perfect combination of visibility of all points that need to be covered, I think is to misread what I take to be the tactical approach they're making here, and that they're using a minimum number of military bases, 2 definitely, maybe a 3rd one that's missing if you follow Simmons, to form bases to then go out and monitor the whole area. So it's very much a difference in emphasis based around an understanding of how the system works.
I will return to the EIAR later, but can I take you to Dr. MacLeod-Rivett's report again, or paragraph 58? While we're looking that up, I don't need to take you to your recognition, but Mr. Hardy, of course, took you to the last page of your recognition, where you highlighted a number of bullet points, which you say were the key differences, as you understand them to be between the parties. Do you accept, and please do take time to read it, that what Dr. MacLeod-Rivet is saying in her report at paragraph 58, having identified, having worked through the questions posed by managing change regarding factors of setting, that what Dr. MacLeod-Rivet is doing here is identifying the factors which make the greatest contribution to the cultural significance of the monument, and that she then goes on to identify these factors that make the greatest contribution as being the wide arc of its view over the Firth of Clyde, its relationship to the maritime routeways of the Firth of Clyde, and its location at a natural junction of land routes leading to and from the coast and northwards, and its relationship to the other Roman monuments monitoring the Firth of Clyde and protecting the western end of the Antonine Wall.
I see that, yes. I don't know, from 4.4 of my recognition, I don't necessarily agree with all of that.
In your evidence in chief, you did make reference to Dr. MacLeod-Rivet having made repeated references to the function of Skelmerley Glen. And sorry again if I'm paraphrasing and
No, I know the point you're making. Yes, yeah, I did.
How much weight does Dr. MacLeod-Rivet attach on that when identifying how much contribution each factor of setting makes to the cultural significance of the monument?
If this is with reference to her paragraph 58, yes, is that what we're referring to? Yeah. I assume it's covered by the third line down after the semicolon. Its location at a natural junction of land routes leading to and from the coast and northwards. So land routes leading to and from the coast. My understanding is that would be a reference to her analysis of Skelmerley Glen.
There are a number of other factors, aren't there? The wide arc of view, the relationship to the maritime routeway, and relationship with other Roman monuments. What Dr. MacLeod-Rivet has done is, as required by managing change, has she not gone through the questions posed in that guidance, which weight is attached in terms of Scottish planning policy, and has carried out an assessment as to how each of those factors contributes to the cultural significance of the monument. Do you agree that that's what she's done?
She has analysed the setting of the fortlet and identified those factors that she thinks contributes. I have done the same exercise. She has found more factors than I have found, and I've attempted to explain in my recognition and then in evidence in chief this morning where I think we disagree on factors within the setting that do or don't contribute. And that's so Skelmerley Glen is an example of that disagreement.
I take you back to your report and this time to paragraph number 41. You start by saying, Mr. Hardy took you through, so I can move quickly, applying the magnitude criteria in Appendix 1 and Figure 1 of the EIA handbook. I consider that the presence of the operational wind farm would constitute an adverse impact of slight magnitude on the cultural significance of Portlet. This finding reflects the fact that the intrinsic characteristics of the Portlet would be unaffected, as would most of its contextual characteristics. Now, I'd like to pick through this. The first question I have is this assessment one of impact of the development on the cultural significance of the asset, looking at all of the contributing factors to its cultural significance, not just setting?
That's right.
And do we find support, sorry, to take us to a point of agreement, but the EIA handbook, document number 29, the table, the figure to which I just referred on page 184, example of scale of magnitude of changes to the historic environment.
I have it.
And we see in that figure 1, against magnitude slight and guideline criteria adverse, that the example given is changes to the elements of the fabric or setting of the heritage asset that contribute to its cultural significance, such that this is slightly altered. So am I understanding your evidence correctly that your assessment of adverse impact of slight magnitude does rely upon the absence of changes to the fabric, as well as your assessment of impact on integrity of setting?
Look, you surprised me by the end of that sentence. I hadn't realised that we were yet talking about integrity of setting.
You're quite right. Let's just use the word setting. Let's not make matters more complicated by bringing in integrity just now. I do appreciate I read a word into the figure 1 there. The point I'm wanting to check is that your assessment of adverse impact of slight magnitude on cultural significance takes into account that the intrinsic characteristics of the fortlet would be unaffected by the development. And I'll let you answer that.
Yes, and the answer is yes. I've taken cultural significance in the round. I haven't sought to isolate that portion, that contribution that setting makes to cultural significance, and arrive at a conclusion in isolation. And that's because that's what the methodology recommends that I do. And I followed that methodology.
And we agreed that this is the methodology for environmental impact assessment.
It's the methodology that comes from Appendix 1 of the EIA handbook, yes. It's a methodology that you can apply anywhere where you need to undertake impact assessment. I would find it a perfectly useful general approach, for example, for development that wasn't covered by EIA regulations. I don't think there's anything particular about EIA that makes you have to do things differently in EIA. It's a fairly standard impact assessment approach, but it's looking at cultural significance in the round. Yes.
Right. I think that's helpful clarification. So this is looking at cultural significance in the round.
Yes. Yeah. And it's clear from the text of the Appendix 1 text that is that what it wants you to do. That's what it recommends that you do. Yes.
Yes, and go to this if it's helpful, Mr. Hardy, took you to Appendix 1, which is what I have in front of me. So document 29 of the EIA handbook, page 173, paragraph 1, where we are told the appendix provides guidance relating to the assessment of a proposal's impacts upon cultural heritage in the context of the EIA process, which accords with, I accept what you've just said. And then Mr. Hardy read out, given the multiplicity of cultural heritage assets and the range of proposals that may be subject to EIA, it does not provide a rigid approach that must be adopted. So are we agreed that this is to cover the multiplicity of cultural heritage assets? This is not just for the assessment of effects in respect of scheduled monuments.
That's right. It's neither just for setting or just for scheduled monuments, and hence the absence of reference to integrity of setting, a test that is only relevant to scheduled monuments. Yeah, the EIA Handbook Appendix 1 methodology does not allow you to arrive at a conclusion regarding integrity, which is why that has to be undertaken as a separate exercise. So we feel it's a necessary stepping stone in getting to that integrity conclusion. We need to understand where we stand with cultural significance before we can then ultimately get to integrity.
Cultural significance as a whole, we need to know where we stand with that before we can look at integrity.
I think so, yes. That's my understanding, yes.
Paragraph 43 of your report is where we find, I think it's your conclusion under this heading. Turning to the policy test, the one we've been looking at paragraph 145, it's necessary to consider whether the identified adverse impact of slight magnitude on the cultural significance of the fortlet is sufficient to affect the integrity of setting. Now, if I'm understanding your evidence correctly, your identified adverse impact of slight magnitude is to look at the cultural significance as a whole.
That's correct.
Well, I think we agreed, correct me if I'm wrong, that Scottish planning policy paragraph 145 doesn't draw a distinction in terms of weight, but deals with two limbs of adverse effect on a scheduled monument or on the integrity of its setting. It might be helpful to have paragraph 145 in front of us again, because we do see what I'm describing as two limbs, and tell me if you don't like that description.
I'm very, very happy with that description.
Now, sorry to go over old ground, but where in paragraph 145 does it say that we are to take into account the cultural significance of the monument as a whole when we are looking at the limb of potential or adverse effect on integrity of setting?
It doesn't say that, but that's because paragraph 145 is basically silent on how, well, it's silent on what is meant by integrity, and it's certainly silent on how we might assess whether there has been an effect on integrity. It's a policy. It is not a assessment methodology or assessment guidance.
But it's a policy which we saw from page 3 that sets ministers' expectations. And what ministers, I put it to you, have done here is afford protection to the integrity of the setting of a scheduled monument, which stands as a separate limb from the intrinsic characteristics.
I think I'm perhaps surprised we haven't referred to it already, but the thing to refer to, I feel, would be the agreed working definition of integrity, because I think this is the problematic point. This is the difficulty that reporters have had for a number of years around this point, and the best we can offer in this case is our agreed definition in the Statement of Agreed Matters that seeks to resolve what is meant here. And I would refer to that.
But that, Dr. Carter, is to jump ahead to what we mean by integrity of setting. I'm still at the stage of looking at the protection that ministers afford, having set their expectations in Scottish planning policy regarding the protection to be given to the fabric, the scheduled monument, the designated red line area, and them two, separately, the integrity of its setting. You're conflating the two by drawing us into, I put it to you, the cultural significance of the monument as a whole, which would require us to look at the full basket of matters which contribute to its cultural significance. Are you not taking the EIA assessment, which looks at cultural significance as a whole, and reading your conclusion across to your application of paragraph 145?
No, I'm not doing that. No, they are two separate exercises, and I think that on the one hand, we can undertake an assessment based on the guidance given us in the IA handbook, which arrives at hopefully a robust conclusion regarding impact on the significance of the asset. But we then have to provide as a separate matter to be, in order to give the decision maker what they need, which is our opinion on this integrity of setting test. And the two are clearly related, but they are not the same thing, and quite how different they are has been a knotty point that we try and resolve in the agreed definition that we have in the Statement of Agreed Matters. That's why I want to refer to the Statement of Agreed Matters. I hope I'm not eliding past any point. I hope I'm not conflating two things. They are two separate things.
Yes, and we would certainly be agreed if what you're saying is that the integrity of setting is protected by a separate limb from the asset itself.
Yes.
So I'm about to move on to another topic. I am very happy to keep going. I'll not finish by 1 o'clock, but we haven't really, we had a break for the IT issue, but I wonder if maybe it would be convenient to have a break now.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that if this was a good time, then let's do that. So we can break for lunch. Yeah. So what's that? That's 12:50 just now. So if we come back at 1:45, should we say that should be plenty of time? And I should have said at the start, but for all witnesses, obviously, we just need to, whilst you're in the process of giving evidence, just refrain from talking about the case to your wider team. But we should all know that. But I just make the reminder because I forgot to do it at the start. Okay, so if we come back at 1:45, I suppose, Mr. Milne, have you any ideas, any thought as to how, when we do come back, how much longer you have? I'm not wishing to hurry you, but how much longer you think cross-examination will take?
Not much longer, half an hour maybe.
Right. Okay. That's fine. Let's get back at 1:45 then. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's sufficient time just to be refreshed and to go again. Mr. Milne, go back to you to continue the cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hello again, Dr. Carter.
Afternoon.
Can I take you back to the setting guidance from 2016, document number 28?
I have it.
Thank you. And page 10 of that document sets out stage 3, to which you've already referred in evidence evaluate the potential impact of the proposed changes. Now, the second column there, the second complete paragraph, the third paragraph, says factors to be considered in assessing the impact of change on the setting of a historic asset or place include. And then we have a number of bullet points which provide us with some guidance on the factors which should be considered. Can you take me in your report to where you consider those factors?
Because I referred perhaps in evidence in chief, the relevant sections of my assessment that relate to stage 3 of the assessment are the paragraphs from 35 to 43.
And what have you done here? Have you picked through the factors or highlighted ones which are relevant?
Yes, in the sense that this is perhaps has parallels with our conversation about stage 2 in here, is that what I've not done is used the list of factors here as headings to structure an assessment. That's been part of my consideration, but it's not. I haven't used it, to actually physically structure my assessment.
If I can take you to paragraph 39 and also paragraph 40, included within the ones that you directed my attention to, under assessment of impact on the cultural significance of the portlet. Reading quickly at 39, as noted above, the proposed wind farm would be fully visible from the portlet at a range of just over 1 kilometre, where it would occupy circa 55 degrees of the panoramic 160-degree view out over the Firth of Clyde, its main islands, and hills of Kintyre and Rigghill. In this location, it would stand between the portlet and the sea, intervening in part of a view that is recognised as a contextual characteristic of the cultural significance of the scheduled monument. We understand the site selected for the portlet as one that provided open views over the Firth of Clyde, and to the extent that the proposed wind farm obscures that relationship, the visual change would be an adverse impact on the cultural significance of the portlet. So we're seeing the acceptance there that there will at least be some degree, perhaps we can settle on that, of adverse impact on cultural significance.
Yes, I think this is, to my mind, the key point where the proposed change, the proposed wind farm, would have an adverse effect. Yes.
You go on and say at 40, however, the magnitude of the impact should not be overstated, really just picking up on your point there. Whilst the wind farm would clearly be a prominent feature in the view, drawing attention from the many other existing landmarks, the wind farm would not actually obstruct that part of the view which it occupied. So, for example, it would still be possible to see and appreciate the north end of Arran on the skyline beyond Bute and the southern tip of Cowell. The aspect of the portlet would remain fundamentally open, with the wind farm as a prominent but visually permeable feature of views to the west. So a couple of points in paragraph 40 that I'd like to pick up on, and if you could have managing change 2016 by your side still. So that paragraph, the second column to which I referred factors to be considered, we see the first bullet point is whether key views to or from the historic asset or place are interrupted. Will the wide arc of view be interrupted?
Yes, to some degree it will be, yes. yes, the wind farm will be interposed in a part of of that view, such that elements of the view beyond it, there's an interrupted view. Yes.
The second bullet point in managing change, whether the proposed change would dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand and appreciate the historic asset. Could we focus on the words dominate or detract, or dominate and detract? Would the wind turbines dominate the view? Dominate the asset?
I think in these sort of assessments, when I'm considering whether the proposed development would dominate, I generally take the view that it has to dominate over something that we otherwise would value for being itself prominent or dominant. So there has to be a degree of visual competition, if you like, between some relevant part of the setting and the proposed development. I think in this case, I think I would focus more on the detract rather than dominate.
We'll come on to detract in a second, but is it not the case that, as Dr. MacLeod Rivet explains in her report, page 13, paragraph 67 onwards, the proposed development would dominate and distract, and I'm inviting your response to this, the observer from all other features in the landscape, which is currently open and lacking in high vertical features. This would be due to both the scale of the turbines and due to the moving blades.
Yes, and I think I would return to my first answer. That is, it has to dominate, I think, over something if it's going to affect our ability to understand and appreciate the historic asset, which is how that sentence in that second bullet point ends. And as I've already explained, I don't think in this case that there is some particular feature that it would be dominating over. I think if we were dealing with a different asset where, for example, there was an important view from our asset to another distant point in the landscape, if we were, say, dealing with a country house that had an eye-catcher obelisk on the horizon or something like that, then I think the issue of visual dominance, visual competition will be very clearly relevant. It's just not how I read this particular view. I'm not saying that there isn't an adverse effect here. I just wouldn't describe it relative to visual dominance in this particular case. It's not to take away from whether there would be an effect or not. It's just the way I would describe it.
We have 10 turbines of, if I remember correctly, just approaching 150 meters in height, located. They're closest a kilometre. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, from the development. I don't understand why, in terms of dominating the asset, we would require to have a focused distant viewpoint. Are the turbines in themselves not capable of dominating the asset by virtue of their presence and their kinetic movement?
I think the difference is that there's a difference between a matter of description, describing the scale of these features and their distance from the asset, and then going on to the point which is actually the point we should be considering here, is whether it affects our ability to understand and appreciate the historic asset. So we have to go back to what it is about the setting that is making a positive contribution to significance. We have to say whether this is an aspect of the characteristics of the development that would adversely affect that significance. And what I'm saying is, in this particular case, I don't read that impact coming through visual dominance. I read it coming through other routes, basically through that being interposed, interrupting the view. So I'm not saying, as a matter of fact, that they are not very tall features that would be very close to the foreplate. It's a matter of whether that in itself leads to an adverse effect on significance, and that depends on our analysis of cultural significance. In another asset, it might do. And I gave you, as an example, my country house with its obelisk. That's just one example. But in the case of the Falkland, I don't believe that that particular argument applies.
The nature and scale of the turbines, you were going to go on and refer to detraction, whether the proposed change would dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand, appreciate, and historic assets. Now, again, Dr. MacLeod-Rivet refers to detraction here as well. Do you accept the distraction or detraction as a consequence of the scale of the turbines and due to the moving blades?
There's perhaps two things there in what you've just put to me. One is, what is the guidance document saying? And the other is, what does Mary MacLeod-Rivet say? Just starting briefly with the guidance document, we're not hit. The guidance doesn't actually say what the proposed change would be. It's simply saying whether any proposed change would detract in a way that affects the ability to understand and appreciate. And I think yes, the answer is it does. And I think is it to do with the physical imposition of the proposed wind farm between our viewpoint at the Falkland and that wider view? Yes, I think it is.
In your report at paragraph 40, you say it would still be possible to see and appreciate the north end of Arden, etc. So, and the aspect of the Falkland would remain fundamentally open with the wind farm as a prominent but visually permeable feature of views to the west. So just to check that I am understanding your evidence correctly, you're relying upon the fact that despite the presence of the turbines, the visitor to the asset will be able to see through the wind farm, the concept of permeability?
Yes, and a way that I sometimes put it is that if this development were to go ahead and the wind farm was constructed, and you took a group of people who were interested, say, in Roman sites to visit the Falkland as a field trip, you would still be able to describe that logic behind the Roman army's choice of site, and the visitors that were with you would still be able to appreciate those points, despite the presence of the wind farm. So fundamentally, that's not lost. And the contrast would be, for example, with a different sort of development on that site. So say, for example, the area immediately to the west of the Falkland was subject to afforestation. Given a number of years of tree growth, it's possible you completely lose that open view altogether. And I'm sure we can all think of sites where the asset being lost in the forest greatly changes our ability to understand why it was where it was. The example I tend to think of, because I know it quite well, is one of the Neolithic chambered tombs in Arran, Giant's Graves at Whiting Bay, where for most of the first 20 years I was visiting it, it was in a very small clearing in a forest. You had no idea where you were. Now that site has been cleared, you appreciate it in this very prominent setting on a high spur of land with incredible long-range views northwards to Holy Island and out over the Firth of Clyde. And that contrast is enormous. So I think it's always worth remembering that this guidance is for all types of development and all situations. And fundamentally, my view is that wind farms are permeable and don't have that particular characteristic that something like blanket deforestation would have, for example.
I wonder if Dr. Carter, the scenario or the hypothetical example you just gave of taking a group of people on a site visit after the wind farm is built, and you said they would still be able to understand and appreciate why the fort was there and its relationship. And earlier on, you were mentioning dominance in terms of this a prop building on another hilltop. Wouldn't the same apply, therefore, for your field group? Wouldn't you raise the issue of competition and dominance as being an issue? But in a hypothetical example, if you took your field group to your other hypothetical site, which is an obelisk in one farm, but you wouldn't also erode their ability to appreciate that relationship either, would it? So I wasn't sure what the difference is between the two.
I think it would. Sorry, I understand. Yes, I understand what you're driving at. Yes, I think in my second hypothetical case, the obelisk case, I think it would, because the what would have been the supposed eye catcher function of the obelisk, where it was meant to draw the eye and to be the focus of the view, would be diminished, and an experience that you would have had beforehand would not be available to you after the construction of the wind farm. So I believe there is a difference there.
Okay, thank you. My apologies, Mr. Milne, for joining.
Dr. Carter, you picking up on this point about the wind farm being visually permeable, can I take you to one of the previously decided cases to which I don't think you've been taken yet, and that's document number 69, and that's the winter nest development on Orkney.
I have that.
And I can take you in the first instance to page 26, which is numbered paragraph 3.17.
There.
Now, this is just by way of introduction. If we see in the case of the asset being considered here, 3.17 is part of the reporter's summary of the applicant's case. And in the case of this cairn, the cairn's core setting relates to its positioning on a barren hill slope, its westward orientation and the openness of its context, none of which will be materially changed by the proposed development, although views northwards over the firth contribute to an understanding of the cairn. These views, and thus this important element of the cairn setting, will remain legible, albeit in part through turbines, which in this context can be reasonably considered to be permeable. And the applicant sets forth its case that for these reasons, the integrity of the setting of the cairn will not be adversely affected. Now, to see what the reporter concluded in this respect, we go to page 36 and numbered paragraph 3.82. I appreciate this is different asset, different location, different development, but is the reporter's reasoning here not preferable to what I took from what you had said about the benefits of the permeability of the wind farm in terms of it not reducing the ability to understand, appreciate, or experience? What the reporter says is the turbines would be likely to be within peripheral vision when looking west from the monument. But even if this was not the case, in my view, the position, size, and relative proximity of the turbines would be such that I consider that a constant awareness of their presence would be inescapable. In my view, it is unrealistic to base an assessment of setting effects on whether the wind turbines would directly affect a particular, albeit important, field of view. During my site inspection, I was struck by the cairn's relative elevation above the Bay of Firth and the surrounding coastal plain. The wide, largely uninterrupted views across lower lying land and the sea towards other specific monuments combined to enable the cairn's position to be clearly understood, experienced, and appreciated. And I find the proposed development would detract from this markedly. You not accept that the reporter's approach there to a permeability argument is more persuasive than your position in respect of the asset, which is the subject of this inquiry?
It's difficult to give a short answer because for the reason that you've already touched on, which is yes, this is a different asset, different relationship to its setting, and a different proposed development. However, I am familiar with the Wide Foothill cairn I didn't work on the contents proposal, so I've got no detailed knowledge of the application, but in broad terms, I know where it is relative to the cairn. It's very difficult to compare, the analysis of the contribution that setting makes to a Roman fallet with that of a Neolithic chambered cairn, and then what the visual relationship is between two different assets and two different developments. So I think what's clear from what you've just taken me to is that this particular reporter found in this particular situation with this asset and this development, the proposed development would detract from the when he says this markedly, I assume it's referring to the cairn's position to be clearly understood, experienced, and appreciated. And I wouldn't wish to argue against the view. I'm simply not in a position to, because I don't know enough about it. But I'm not sure what that tells us specifically about our own case.
If we were to take our own case and take what the reporter has said in this paragraph, can this not be read across to outer words where the Rigghill wind farm would be in the setting of the monument, there would be a constant awareness of the presence of the turbines?
I think at outerwards, were the development to go ahead, I think it's highly likely that there will be that constant awareness of the presence of the wind farm. I suppose, strictly speaking, if you were facing east for a long time, not. But I understand the point being made, and I wouldn't disagree with it. But what that doesn't do is, I think, directly address the arguments around permeability in the case of outerwards and their relationship to what it is that we get from that panoramic view. It's not clear from the paragraph you've taken me to what it is that was beyond the turbines that was considered to be particularly relevant to the significance of the Wildford Hill cairn, such that permeability was invoked and permeability was discussed. My impression is, for example, if we're talking about views across to Queen Hill, the other obvious chambered cairn in the immediate vicinity, that's west. It's not a matter of permeability there. Similarly, the Bay of Firth, I think, largely lies to the west of the Continental turbine. So I think a lot of this is not strictly speaking around permeability, but around the visual presence of the turbines in the periphery of a view looking west from Wildford Hill. So again, I find it difficult to read across into outerwards.
Can I please check Dr. Carter again with reference to Dr. MacLeod-Rivett's report that you understand, and I'm looking at 64, 65 and 66, that Dr. MacLeod-Rivet...
Sorry, can I put continents down now, can I?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Dr. MacLeod-Rivet's...
Yes. Interruption of key view 64, that's right. Paragraph 64.
Yeah.
And 65 and 66. This is really just to ensure that you understand that Dr. MacLeod-Rivet has set out under the heading of interruption of key views her position as regards disruption of the uninterrupted arc of view, as well as separately the proposed development being prominent in the foreground of key views which she identifies. And these are separate but perhaps related paragraphs.
I think in reference to key views, paragraph 66, is that where you're seeing the reference to key views? I'm looking west towards the Isle of Bute and Cowell. This perhaps comes back to the point that I touched on in evidence in chief regarding the particular importance of views towards Ross in the outer end of the Isles of Bute. if it's specifically referring, as it were, to a focused view specifically in that direction, then I think I've already made clear where I disagree with Mary McLeod Rivet on that particular point. And perhaps I should reiterate something I think I said at the time there, that I think in this particular case, the relevance of the view really is about the totality of the panorama. Not that the Romans intended to look at particular points in that panorama particularly, but simply the fact that we get a sense of the sheer scale of the view that the site chosen for the fortlet commands, not focusing on. So the key views language is perhaps not ideal for it, because the whole thing is a key view, to my mind, rather than particular sight lines within it being itemized as key views over and above that panorama.
So I take it then that it's, for what you say, if I'm following you correctly, it is understood that Historic Environment Scotland do not just rely upon interruption of key views, but the disruption of the currently uninterrupted arc of view.
I hope that maybe I didn't make myself clear, but I hope I explained that I felt that what is described in paragraph 65 of her inquiry report as the currently uninterrupted arc of view is my open panorama, that to my mind is the key view. But the panorama being the key view not being a narrow sight line to a particular distant point in the landscape. So
That's what I was wanting to.
We're describing it differently, but I think we're both talking about the same panorama and recognizing it. Where I think, as I said, we may be part company is on whether particular points within that panorama have a particular importance. And I've already made my point on that.
Can I take you, thank you, Dr. Carter, to document 36? That's the Protecting the Roman Empire publication, which I highlighted at the beginning of your cross.
I have it.
And pages 148 and 149. For those of us looking at a PDF, that's page 49 of the PDF.
I have it.
And I'm really just wanting to ask if you agree with an aspect of the assessment of the author of this publication. Now, hopefully it's okay to read this short, but towards the bottom of page 148, we're reading that given the difference between the low sandy dunes and windswept ridges found on the Cumbrian coast and the high moors and abrupt slopes that characterise the Antonines' Wall coastal flank, it is natural that different relationships with the shoreline would occur. I think it's understood here we're comparing Hadrian's Wall with the Antonine Wall.
Yes.
And you correct me if I'm wrong. In Cumbria, all of mile fortlets and towers were positioned close to the sea, and in most cases, accessing it from the outpost was straightforward. Lurgmoor, so we're back to the Antonine Wall and outerwards, are 2.2 kilometres and 4 kilometres distant, respectively, from the Firth of Clyde. In both cases, the fortlets could have been founded on ground far closer to the coastline that afforded lesser but still generous views. Instead, immediacy to potential landing grounds was sacrificed in favour of equipping the garrisons with the widest possible view shed over the water course. Now, then continued to talk about Lurgmoor, which obviously is not directly relevant to this inquiry session, but really it's that final sentence to check if you agree with that proposition that immediacy to potential landing grounds was sacrificed in favour of equipping the garrisons with the widest possible view shed over the watercourse. Whether you agree with that?
Yes, I think in broad terms I do. You're right to have introduced your question there with a reminder that this bit of text is about this comparison between the western end of Hadrian's Wall and the western end of the Antonine Wall. quite how differently the Romans approached the two things. Yes, I think in part it can be explained by a difference in topography. They're very different landscapes, so perhaps we wouldn't be surprised at their difference in treatment. But I think that, you know, the other point is the one that I think Simmons himself goes on to make, that the Antonine Wall was built several decades later, and frankly, they had learnt quite a lot by the time they went to the Antonine Wall, and that extremely labour-intensive, dense chain of mile castles and turrets on the western end of the Hadrian's Wall. Effectively, Hadrian's Wall continued, but without the wall, at the same density of garrisoning, was simply not necessary. And so they come up with this much more sort of swift of hand, light of foot, if that's the right expression, arrangement here, where they discover that they think they can work with maybe only 2, maybe 3 small forklets to cover a large area and effectively monitor. And this, I think, comes to my point, is that yes, I would agree that they have done that sacrificing of landing grounds to equip garrison in the widest possible view shed. But I think I would add to that the other thing that Lurgmore and Outwoods do is allow for easy movement to and from the garrison. So the garrison doesn't sit put waiting to spot hostile forces, but they're actively patrolling. And so, as well as being good viewpoints for static monitoring, they're both good launching off grounds for patrolling. And it's that combination, I think, that allows the Romans to effectively cover the whole of that flank of the Firth of Clyde with such a small garrison, because they're out covering the ground and not relying. Whereas Hadrian's Wall version is static monitoring par excellence. You've got apparently capability of having statically positioned soldiers every few hundred yards, given that density of turrets and mine casters. So it's a radically different strategy, and they appear to have learned a big lesson from Hadrian's Wall.
Thank you. Can I take you back to document 19, Scottish Planning Policy, and paragraph 145? There's one concept. Thank you. There's one concept we haven't touched upon yet, which I should check your position on this, and that's a reference to exceptional circumstances, where there's potential for development of an adverse effect on scheduled monument or integrity of setting. Permission should only be granted if there are exceptional circumstances. Do you know if the appellant here is relying upon exceptional circumstances?
I'm probably not the person to give you an authoritative answer to that, and it's certainly not something I've advised them about. So I feel I would have to pass on that question, unless for speed of answer. Would it be appropriate for me to ask the client now? I don't. I'm being told no. I cannot answer.
Perhaps that's one that Ms. Roy can help us. Sir, may I have just one minute to check if there's anything else? Thank you very much, Dr. Carter. That's the close of my cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. I've got 2 or 3 questions, Dr. Carter, just probably more by the way of clarification that I just want to go through. It shouldn't take me too long. First thing, I probably gave you a bad steer earlier when I was asking about. We were discussing the Burnie Now and the preceding decisions, and I think I said Burnie Now was 2018, therefore it was referring to the 2016 setting guidance. But when I look at what I wrote at Burnie now, it seems to be referring then still to the 2010 guidance, the setting guidance, because it has paragraph numbers which I refer to, which clearly don't appear in the current setting guidance. So I'm not sure why I didn't have, or it didn't seem to have had the 2016 version then. It might have been that the EIA report was done subsequent to that and people relied on that. It doesn't necessarily matter, but so from my understanding therefore would be, if I'm right about that Burnie now and the two preceding decisions which we've been referring to all rely on the 2010 guidance rather than the 2016 guidance, which is before us now. I'm possibly springing that on you, but would that be your understanding then? From maybe we look back at Burnie now and see what it says.
Yeah, the division, short of going back to all the documents for Burnie now, it could be hard to tell at this distance which version was in use. But in a sense, my shortcut answer would be is that, as I hope I've made clear, I don't think it matters which version of the guidance was in play. I don't think there's a material difference between them. But I think if you thought so that it was important, then it's something we could look to follow up and come back on in the next day or two, once we've had a chance to review the evidence.
I mean, I think it's fine just now because I have noted what you said earlier on about the evolution of the guidance and the wording used in it, and expected you to say that it shouldn't matter too much to me anyway. So I think that's fine. I'll have a think about whether we need to look into it. So just then these three words: understood, appreciated, and experienced. Now, I appreciate you didn't write the guidance, but it just strikes me as three deliberately chosen words, and presumably they were each intended to mean something different from the other. Have you got a view as to what the difference is, or the intended difference maybe, between each of those words?
I absolutely have a view on it, but I don't think there is a simple, clear-cut answer. And I'm just looking out the two different versions, because it's only something where I have gone through and looked at each time that the three terms are used, the combination that they're used in, and the sort of context in which they're used. So that's perhaps been my starting point. And if we're the key places where all three come up together, and in this is the 2016 guidance I'm referring to. We see it in key issues. So this is page 5. Setting can be important to the way in which historic structures or places are understood, appreciated, and experienced. So we get all three there. Importantly, we get it in the definition, which is page 6, under the heading "What is setting?" Setting is the way the surroundings of a historic asset or place contribute to how it is understood, appreciated, and experienced. And then the third time is in page 8, section 3. This is assessing the impact of change. Stage 2, so that the short explanation of what stage 2 is: define and analyse the setting by establishing how the surroundings contribute to the ways in which the historic asset or place is understood, appreciated, and experienced. Now, it seems to me that final one on page 8 is referring neatly back to the definition on page 6. So I suppose the obvious place to try and understand what they mean would be from the definition. I'm aware from other documents more generally talking about setting, and this is documents outside Scotland, elsewhere in the UK, there is a great emphasis placed on experience, that fundamentally setting is about experience, that you go to a place and you experience the asset in its setting. And that's the way I've always fundamentally seen the relevant of experience, that setting and the appreciation of setting is about being there. And so you experience these visual relationships or oral relationships or whatever it is, but you experience the asset in its setting. That's the contrast for, say, effectively reading about it in a book. You have to be there. So that's experience. Understanding and appreciation, to my mind, are the way in which that experience of the setting contributes to what we value about the setting, how it makes that positive contribution, as we would now refer to it, to its cultural significance. So we have setting as an experiential matter, and then we have setting contributing to our understanding and appreciation. And the difference between understanding and appreciation, if there is a difference, then understanding sounds rather more formal and academic. Appreciation could, I think, involve a wider range of values. And if we then look at the rest of the document, what we find is that there is relatively little reference to experience and much more reference to understanding and appreciation. So there's no reference to experience after page 8, but we do get understanding and appreciation, appreciate and understand, understood and appreciated. Understanding appears on its own. And to my mind, if that's deliberate, and I think we have to assume that the document was drafted carefully, that when it comes on to assessing the impact of change, although we've started by having to understand how we experience the asset, now we're moving on to how that experience contributes to our understanding and appreciation. And if there's been that careful choice of words, then the impact assessment part of it is about understanding and appreciating.
Okay, right. So that's quite helpful, actually. When I was reading those 3 words, I was wondering whether experience was actually my thinking, or my pondering about what experience was maybe intended to signal was probably closer to what you've told me about there, what you take from appreciate being wider than an academic understanding of what one's looking at, because and you've probably answered it, but I was going to ask the question when we talk about understanding and appreciating and experiencing. I was going to say by whom, because an expert would do all of those differently from a non-expert. So maybe it's, in your view, it's the use of appreciate that brings in the non-expert. You can come back to me in a second. And yeah, so experience. What I think you said is that what you take from that is just to it ensures that part of the consideration is what it's like to be there, not what it's just like not the kind of wider, possibly desk-based appreciation and understanding that you could do. Okay, I mean, I've summed up that your view there, fair enough, or is there anything you want to add to it?
I think so, because it's difficult to be definitive, because there aren't definitions of these terms, and it may be that we're trying to read too much into the precise points where your particular words have or haven't been used. So I'd be slightly cautious about the analysis I've given you, but it seems consistent with what is in front of us.
No, that's fine, and Yes, I mean, I'll ask HTS witnesses if they've got a view on these things as well. But as someone that used to write policy, I take the health warning. There is a danger of over analysing what somebody may have intended to mean by a document with lots of words in it. Okay. So can we have a look at the statement of agreed matters at 4.10 of that?
I haven't.
Okay, and it says whether or not a site is visited does not change its inherent value or its sensitivity to alterations in its setting. It probably follows on from what we've just been discussing, but does whether or not a site is visited change how it's understood, appreciated, and experienced?
Yes, and this is been the difficulty. If there's a difficulty with this statement, that 410 is taken from guidance. And so, in a sense, the appearance of this in the statement of agreed matters is entirely unremarkable. All it tells you is that we're not arguing about what the guidance says. Yes, you're right. There is this aspect to whether an asset is visited or not that I think is relevant, because if it is visited, you can ask the question, okay, how is it visited? And therefore, how is it experienced? And given the way people experience an asset, what does that do for their understanding and appreciation of that asset? And it's interesting I hope this isn't an unnecessary diversion, but if you're familiar with policy in Northern Ireland, there's a specific policy in PPA-6 for Northern Ireland that relates to monuments in state care, where it prioritises an analysis of the way in which an asset is experienced, particularly the way it's approached, and the way in which a visitor is encouraged to understand it as part of the analysis of the way setting is contributing to its significance. And I think that's a fairly clear-cut example of the way in which public access can affect what it is we're valuing about the asset, and therefore how the setting is contributing to its cultural significance. I'm not sure in this particular case, my impression is it is not a widely visited asset, and certainly we didn't encounter any strong evidence for this aspect of the analysis of setting affecting our conclusions about the way setting is contributing to significance.
Let me just check to see. You may have answered questions I was thinking about just in the course of responding already, but if you just give me a moment, I'll just check if there's anything else. Yeah, no, I think everything else has been covered. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
So what time is it? I think I'll probably just ask Mr. Hardy. We could have a short break now, but depending on how long you think re-examination might take, Mr. Hardy.
I'm not going to re-examine really for this reason. I think, the purpose of that is to clarify things that are unclear. Listening to this carefully, a lot of this is discursive professional opinion stuff. So I don't actually think it is susceptible to re-examination in the normal way. So there's nothing I need to clarify. So if there is going to be a break, it might be sensible to take that and to allow Ms. Roy 5 minutes to get papers sorted out. But I don't need any time now to prepare re-examination for Dr. Carter.
Okay, well, let's do that. So firstly then, thank you very much, Dr. Carter, for your evidence today. It's been really helpful to me. So that's 2:35. Shall we just say 2:45? Just
yes, that's excellent. Thank you.
Time to get ready. Okay, thanks very much. Welcome back, everyone, and good afternoon, Ms. Roy.
Good afternoon.
Right. Okay, Mr. Hardy, I'll just pass over to you then to pick up the examination in chief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one preliminary point, if I may say, and that relates to the 3D visualization. And I mean, it may be that the easiest thing to do is to come back to that during the discussion of conditions. But it would be whether or not there was a permission to share information on the Teams call, because I believe that Ms. Roy's got a digital version of that she could put onto people's screens. If not, then the way to do that would be to send it through to the case officer on a WeTransfer file and distribute it that way. So I don't know what you think.
Is it going to, if we were to look at it today, would it particularly feed into the discussion today?
It really I mean, what it is it's a working example of the sort of thing that would be secured by way of condition and the heritage interpretation plan. So it's no more than that. It's not. I mean, it's evidence of course, it's evidence. It's evidence of what you might be able to achieve in a working to be, finalised form. It doesn't really go beyond that. We're not relying on the the historical accuracy of the depiction or anything of that sort. So,
okay, I think I'd probably rather leave it today and just maybe see it, at my leisure later on.
Yes.
Submitted. You've surprised me, and it's possibly my fault. Do we have a conditions session?
It was to discuss the condition, if there were any conditions, potentially being the heritage interpretation plan. I mean, it may be that it's a very short discussion if there were any heritage related conditions.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll have a think about that. Okay. So yeah.
If not, I don't want it to hold things. I don't know what you think, Mr. Milne, but if after the session today, Miss Roy distributes that or sends that in by way of WeTransfer, people can have a look at it, and then can we come back to it? Is that sensible?
From my perspective, I'm very relaxed about the YouTube video. We've had a look at what you sent across at the end of last week. I can let you know I'm not intending to ask Ms. Roy anything about that. Insofar, but I did want to pick up on that point about a condition session. We weren't aware that there was one, and also conditions would be something that we need to bring in North Ayrshire Council.
Fine.
That's taken me a bit by surprise.
Fine. It's I suppose, what is the best place in these 3 days to introduce the video? I suppose that's all I'm really concerned about. But if we're relaxed about quite when that comes in, and it's more really about the logistics of getting that in a way that's safe for you, sir, to look at, then I think we can leave it there, and Miss Roy will send it in tonight and you can have a look.
Okay, that sounds fine, and I'll just check my notes about conditions. I think the fact that I've not scheduled in a hearing probably means, hopefully, that I have think that I've got enough evidence to make my own mind up if it feels to be allowed what the conditions should be. But I'll go back and check that just to make sure that I've done that properly. Okay, sorry, go back to you, Mr. Hardy.
No, that's very helpful. Good. So thank you then. To introduce you to the inquiry, then Lynn Roy, Senior Project Manager at AOC Archaeology Group. You've worked there since 2004. AOC, one of the longest established respected heritage companies in Britain, highly experienced consultancy team, and you have your QA process and so on. You were the author of Chapter 9 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations with your colleague Yvonne Robertson in March 2020. And you also subsequently prepared Chapter 5 of the SEI, which responded in detail to his criticisms of the methodology. And you also provided input into the grounds of appeal. Is that all correct, Ms. Roy?
That's all correct, yeah.
Thank you very much. In terms of documents, then we've got the statement of appeal. There was the statement, report, recognition, and all of the relevant associated documents. Those are all things that you have been prepared or involved with. Is that right? Yeah. And in terms of your evidence, there are other things that you deal with in your precognition, but it seems to me that methodology, Ms. Roy, has all been dealt with by by Dr. Carter. Certainly, as far as I'm concerned, there may be questions on what you had to do at the EIA stage, but I don't think they need to be dealt with. So I'm going to confine your evidence in chief to the heritage interpretation plan, compensatory offset mitigation, if I may. In terms of documents then that we need to refer to, that is going to be so CD 1.002 and section parts 9.10.2 to 9.10.4. That's in the EIAR. We're going to need CD 001.058. We're going to need Ms. Cameron's precognition. We are going to need O119. We're going to need O30. We're going to need O50. I think that's which O50 is at our place in time. And I think that is the list, other than the normal reports, precognitions, and so on. So I hope it's a short list, but I hope that's helpful. So I want to jump in then really to let's get into the heritage interpretation plan and concept of compensatory offset mitigation. So you identify adverse effects. You can see that, matter of fact, on the setting of Outer Woods Roman Fortlet. The appellant then commits to compensatory measures in the form of a heritage interpretation plan. And to get into that, EIAR paragraphs 9.10.2 to 9.10.4. So could we go there, please? Thank you very much. And could you just open the pages, just tell us what, based on the advice you gave, what the heritage interpretation plan is and what it's designed to do?
Yes, as you've mentioned, we identified an adverse effect when we'd exhausted measures of other measures of mitigation, such as design. We looked at what we could do to compensate for that effect, looking specifically at how we could improve our understanding and appreciation of the setting of outwards Roman fortlets and how it relates to its current setting. Specifically, we looked at the evidence within the appeal site for whether or not there may be Roman roads that run through the appeal site, and as I've discussed in my reports, whether or not that's secure evidence and the field work we could do to perhaps investigate that further and come to bottom that out. And then in terms of the heritage interpretation plan with regards to the fortlets, we were looking at ways that we could enhance a visitor's experience on the ground, so improving access to the fortlet itself through putting up perhaps way markers and an interpretation board, and also looking in terms of developing a community survey programme, excavation, and look in terms of how we can empower people to better understand the fortlet in its current setting, in terms of how we understand its relationship to the other assets on the Antonine Wall, which is something that's not readily apparent unless you know about that.
Thank you. That's a useful thumbnail. Now I want to just look at terminology, because the heritage interpretation plan variously referred to and presented as offsetting or compensatory mitigation. I just want to have your view on what that means, and in particular whether there's any suggestion that the HIP reduces impact.
So no, it's in using the term mitigation, it's not, and indeed we've tried to make clear that it never has been suggested that it would reduce the impact of the proposed development on the setting of the faultlets. However, compensatory mitigation measures are included in the EIA mitigation hierarchy, and therefore we've been referring to it as compensatory mitigation in EIA terms throughout the EIAR, and then going forward into the appeal process. But just to be clear, I think of it as compensatory measures and not reducing the effect on the setting of the faultlet.
Thank you very much. And in terms of whether or not there's common ground, yeah, we don't perhaps even need to go to, but in Ms. Cameron's recognition, I think it's paragraph 17 and 18. You can go if you want. What Ms. Cameron addresses that role of compensatory mitigation, and I want to know whether or not, I think you've already answered this, but heritage interpretation plan should be considered as compensation rather than mitigation.
Yes, and all I would say there is that I agree with Ruth Cameron on that point.
Thank you. That having been said, heritage interpretation in terms of the future management and protection of the asset at Outer Woods, I want to understand what, to what degree you believe that to be important or not going forward.
Well, essentially, I think it's incredibly important, because in terms of how we manage and understand and protect our heritage interpretation is fundamental to that. That's if we want to protect and understand our heritage for this and future generations as per required by Scottish planning policy and various other policy documents, we need to make sure that everybody understands what's important about our heritage and how we can protect that going forward. And the heritage interpretation plan for Outer Woods in that context shouldn't be dismissed as something that's an afterthought, because I think it's integral to try bringing forward how we protect and manage this particular asset going forward in the future, so that people understand why it's important.
And is it a sort of, well, you do your assessments and you make your planning decisions, and then we'll have a bit of heritage interpretation after that, or is it something more integral to the planning decision or the planning balance that needs to be struck? Where do you say it plays into the system?
I think it's very much integral and needs to be considered in the planning balance, and therefore it's really important that we consider it at EIA stage, so that we have a realistic plan going forward, so that we have something that's achievable that we can put into plan and can be considered fully in the planning balance. It's not something that should be considered as an afterthought. It needs to be considered overall as part of the proposed development.
Okay. And in terms of the level of detail, so what level of detail do you need to have to showing how you might implement mitigation, so including offsetting measures and so on? What degree of detail do you need to have, and what have we got here to assist the reporter in coming to a decision?
I think we have sufficient detail, so it needs to be sufficiently detailed that the reporter has comfort that we have enough information to present a plan that is achievable, a plan that is linked to the effects that we've identified, and a plan that is linked to the aspirations of policies, and that it's therefore outlined in sufficient detail that a reporter and a decision maker can come to a view as to whether it can achieve those things in terms of the detail that we've presented.
In terms of, it was a question which the reporter asked, and it was about the different types of audience. So you may have academics, you may have Roman specialists, you may have people who know absolutely nothing about the Romans and are up walking their dog. I want to understand to what extent, and that whether the debate was whether or not how that fed into experience and appreciation. Just I want to ask you a slightly different point, is you've got that spectrum of people, it could be very academic through to just members of the public out taking a sort of passing interest. To what extent or how should a successful heritage interpretation plan look to encompass both of those interest groups, and how has that been sought to be done here?
Yes, so what we've sought to do, as you say, is to try and look at the types of audiences that we're dealing with. So we have an element of the heritage interpretation plan that is tailored towards the more academic audience that's looking at what are the key things about the Roman period that we still have gaps in our knowledge. And to do that, we've gone to the Scottish Archaeological Research Framework and their panel report. Specifically, there's been questions about Roman roads in the vicinity of Outerwoods, and looked at what could we do to better understand and how that might feed into our understanding of the wider Roman period from an archaeological and expertise point of view. In doing that, we're also building in this idea that there may be an opportunity for lifelong learning, so that we could bring in local people who might be interested from an archaeological perspective in terms of learning archaeological techniques and learning more about the Roman period from that point of view, but also reaching beyond that to a much broader and wider audience, such as school children, and the Roman periods on the curriculum for excellence, so that we could bring that in, and then pulling forward access physically through the access tracks into the site itself, and putting interpretation physically in around the fortlet and within the site, but also thinking remotely how we can increase access for those that don't have physical access and are currently excluded from looking at things like Outerwoods, and how we can do that through, I've described in my report how we've got this virtual interpretation plan in terms of the 3D landscape that we've got, where you can fly through, have a look at a reconstruction of how the fortlet might look in the landscape. And that would give an opportunity to increase access and understanding to a really wide audience that currently might not understand why Outerwoods is important.
One of the documents in the core documents suite is the Scottish SCARF, the Scottish Archaeological Research Framework.
Yeah.
And you deal with this too in your inquiry report. I just want you to explain how the HIP refers and links to the aims of the SCARF panel report. I think the panel report itself is CD 1.057 if we need to go there, but tell us how that link works.
Well, there's a series of strategic aims throughout the SCARF panel report. Specifically, one of those is to look at all lines of roads that might be claimed as Roman, and to investigate those strategically, have a targeted approach towards doing that. There are also wider aims in terms of trying to increase an overall Roman strategy and get a digital documentation framework together. And also there are specific aims with regards to encouraging access for school children. As I say, it's part of the curriculum for excellence, and it says within that document that it's quite easy to engage school children in the topics of the Roman period, so bringing that through into the heritage interpretation plan as well.
Okay, thank you. The next point, you've already referenced this, and we've touched on this a couple of times already. That's the digital interpretation material, and I just want to understand how is that nice to have? It's a fancy thing, it's a bit of a gizmo, or is it something that's more important and more robust in terms of what the HIP is trying to achieve, given what are acknowledged to be the impacts of the turbines?
Yes, I think it's more important than something that's just a fancy aside. That's something that's nice to have. We've heard in Dr. Carter's evidence, and we looked also within the Historic Environment Scotland reports of Mary MacLeod Rivet, how one of the ways that we understand the setting, one of the most important things about the setting of Outerwoods, is its connection to other monuments on of the Antonine period, specifically Lergmore and Bishopton. And this digital interpretation landscape that we have allows you to go from Lergmore through the landscape, so you can fly through the landscape, or you could walk through the landscape and look at the different topographic routes that people may have taken to move between Lergmore. So that would help us to understand how they may have patrolled through the landscape, how the Clyde falls in and out of the view, which is something that we could analyse academically, as well as just letting people better understand how the Romans may have patrolled through the landscape.
In terms of other relationships, so let's look at non-visual relationships. So You touched on the, you know, how other military fortifications were linked beyond the western end of the Antonine Wall. To what extent was that focus on non-visual relationships built into the HIP?
Very much so. So I think I've mentioned in my report and my recognition that there's the Antonine Wall has an app which you can download onto your phone, and it has a series of digital interpretation reconstructions within it. The idea of the heritage interpretation plan and the reconstruction of the fortlet that we've mocked up so far is to try and get a consistency of digital interpretation that would link through to what's already available, and that the heritage interpretation plan could make people more aware of the existing resources that are out there and provide a link to what are hugely important monuments of the Antonine Wall, and help people to really understand why outerwards is important, because it has this link to this wider strategic set of Roman defences that really are what is important in terms of how we understand it in its landscape, and brings forward for people who don't know that and don't have that previous experience and knowledge of the Roman period to allow them to easily access. And then it just provides a link between all the existing interpretation, bringing it back to outerwards so that we can understand it in that wider context.
Okay. In terms of the policy support or otherwise for this type of approach that you set out for the HIP, I want to look at how where we might find that, how the reporter might find support there. So 3 documents in particular: there's HEPS, there's the SPP, and then Our Place in Time, which is not a document that we have opened up. So I think that's respectively CDs 019, 030 and 050. So I'm just going to invite you, Ms. Roy, to take us to where you say in those documents and exactly what in those documents is said in relation to the sort of approach you've taken.
Certainly, yes. So with regards to the historic environment policy statement, if I could draw your attention to page 10, where it says specifically the historic environment should be accessible and inclusive, providing a source of inspiration, enjoyment and learning for all. Also on page 13, where it says access to as much information and knowledge as possible is essential for understanding cultural significance. And also towards the end of that document on page 16, with regards to historic policy 6, decisions affecting the historic environment should be informed by an inclusive understanding of the potential consequences for people and communities. Also on that same page, noting that everyone has a stake in the historic environment and how it is looked after. So the aim of the Heritage Interpretation Plan with regards to this policy is this idea of inclusivity and making sure that it's accessible and available for all, rather than just academic and archaeological experts.
Okay, SPP.
So with regards to SPP, paragraph 29 of SPP notes that policies and decisions should be guided by the following principles, and these include protecting, enhancing and promoting access to cultural heritage, including the historic environment. And then moving on to paragraph 137 of SPP, it talks about promoting the care and protection of the designated and non-designated historic environment, including individual assets, related settings and the wider cultural landscape, and the contribution to sense of place, cultural identity, social well-being, economic growth, civic participation and lifelong learning.
Okay, and then the third of the documents, Our Place in Time, and it's worth noting that Our Place in Time is identified as one of the key documents in SPP. And you heard the cross-examination this morning about that list, and you heard Dr. Carter's evidence about, well, EI is doing one thing in SPP policy. So I'm not asking about that. I'm really asking about what importance is placed on Our Place in Time in relation to the heritage interpretation materials and documents that you are putting in front of the inquiry.
Yes, as I say, as you say, it's mentioned as a key document, and there are several references within there that I think are of particular relevance to the Heritage Interpretation Plan. On page 9, it asks us to look beyond the sector and raise the general understanding and awareness of the value and benefits of the historic environment. On page 11, it says that we need to be innovative in the way that we approach the historic environment, even if that means moving out of our own comfort zone. We need to challenge the silos that still define the workings of central and local government. In particular, we must inject the place dimension and thus the historic environment into community planning. So this is just in terms of looking at how the Heritage Interpretation Plan is trying to be innovative and look at different ways that perhaps we don't traditionally look at our heritage from a planning perspective and think, here's an opportunity to genuinely increase the understanding and appreciation of the historic environment through the Heritage Interpretation Plan. And linking to that on page 14, it says to make knowledge about our historic environment as accessible and as useful as possible to the widest audience. And then on page 24, there's a series of other quotes that are of relevance to the Heritage Interpretation Plan, asking us to enhance participation through encouraging greater access to and interpretation and understanding of the significance of the historic environment. Again, linking back to this idea that we've identified an adverse effect in terms of understanding and appreciation, but looking in terms of how we can look to compensate for that elsewhere. And again, on page 24, we're looking to continue to develop a broad-ranging approach to learning to grow understanding and active participation across all groups in society.
If I can just stop you there, because it's a point that it's a detailed point really, but it comes out of it comes out of what the reporter asked Dr. Carter about use of the 3 words. You heard the understand, appreciate and experience. You heard that question that was put, and you'll see on page 24 to see what your view is on this. Providing formal and informal education about the historic environment enables peoples of all age to understand, enjoy and appreciate it. So there you've got understand and appreciate, but instead of experience, there's enjoy. Do you see, what's your view in relation to the difference between those words? And is enjoy the same thing as experience, or is it something different?
I think it can be considered that in some respects, some people having an experience, that part of that experience, they will enjoy something, but I think experience can be more neutral than enjoy. So I would say enjoy is a more positive word. We're looking in terms of the Heritage Interpretation Plan to think of things that can help us to enjoy outwards in terms of we get more out of it because we'd understand more about it. In terms of experience, I think you can have a negative experience. You can't have a negative enjoyment. So I think there's a change in emphasis there towards something that's positive, something that we can do to enhance heritage and think about it in a more positive frame, which is different from experience, which, as I say, could be positive, negative, neutral.
It's just interesting, those words crop up in various places, don't they, in various orders. There's a slightly different formulation, but what you're really saying is you can have a bad experience, but you can't have a bad enjoyment. I think that's exactly. That's what you're really saying. Okay. Anything else from that document, page 24? I think we'd got to. Is there anything else that you want to refer us to?
With regards to page 24, I think an important point that Our Place and Time makes, that one of the things that providing education about the historic environment does is incentivises people to care for and to take an active role in preserving and managing the historic environment, which I think is a very key point to make here. As I said previously, I think when we're looking to protect and preserve heritage, we have to go back down to what the wider public really understands and appreciates as important. If people see something as important, they better understand the need to protect it. And yes, finally, in terms of our place and time, if I could just point you to page 25, where it says, involving people in their historic environment encourages an understanding of national identity, provides enjoyment, and encourages well-being.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So those are the three key bits of policy and guidance that you key the HIP into. That's all I want to ask on that. And then in relation to the landscape, historic landscape, we're not going to deal with that anymore. That's going to be dealt with in writing. So unless you want to add anything else, we're going to leave methodology, Mr. Roy, because you can be questioned on it if you want, but that, I'm not going to, we don't need to go over that again. Is there anything else that you want to add in chief in terms of your evidence? Because that's all I want to ask you.
I don't think so, no. I think that was mainly what I wanted to cover.
Good, then that is short and sweet. Thank you. So that is evidence in chief.
Okay, thank you very much to you both. Mr. Milne, are you ready just to begin your cross-examination just now? Okay, I'll pass over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, Ms. Roy.
Good afternoon.
There's just one document I wanted to take you to, which you already have in front of you, I suspect, and that's Scottish Planning Policy, document 19.
I've got it now, yep.
Thank you. Paragraph 145.
Yep.
I think it really just to understand this is a point of agreement between the appellant and Historic Environment Scotland, and that is that offsetting or compensatory mitigation does not reduce the harm that is identified to integrity of setting.
I would agree. Obviously, I don't agree that there's I don't agree that there's an impact on integrity of setting, but I do agree that in terms of compensatory mitigation, it doesn't reduce the effect. It's something that is compensating for effect, not reducing one.
I think parties are clear and agreed on that. Now, if you were to assume, and I absolutely acknowledge that the appellant's case is not to accept this, if you were to assume that there was an adverse effect on integrity of setting, looking at paragraph 145 of Scottish planning policy is ministers' expectations that in those circumstances, permission should only be granted where there are exceptional circumstances.
That is not something that in terms of my remit, in terms of as a cultural heritage witness, whether or not I would say there are exceptional circumstances. I would refer you to the appellant for that.
But you're leaping ahead to my next question,
Oh, okay.
so I'll take that third. Thank you. But in terms of applying this policy, if adverse effects on integrity of setting are identified, do you agree that ministers' expectation in terms of this policy is that permission should only be granted where there are exceptional circumstances?
Yes, that's my reading of the policy. Yes.
Thank you. And my examination, my cross-examination is even briefer than Mr. Hardy's examination in chief, and I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Milne. I was possibly going to ask about, in the same kind of vein that we had asked Dr. Carter, but I think in terms of the wider meaning of some of the words, but I think we've probably covered between you and he. I think we've covered that. So the only question I had, and I don't think this is a point of contention, but I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. That your view would be that in terms of the heritage mitigation, the heritage implementation plan. Sorry, I'm using. You know what I mean. I'm losing the terminology, and that it's not. So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I think you're saying to me is that it's not relevant to the test, which paragraph 145 of SPP requires me to undertake, but it is relevant in the overall planning balance in terms of my overall recommendation to Minister. So I don't take it into account in thinking about 145, but in the round I do take it into account as a relevant consideration. And I think that's your position. I think HES agrees with that, but I just want to make sure that my understanding correctly there.
That's correct. That's my understanding. Yes, something to be taken into account in the overall planning balance.
Okay. And I appreciate that you're not giving evidence on planning, but some of this has come up in some of the evidence for the inquiry. Okay. That's fine. I don't have any more questions, so thank you very much. I don't know whether Mr. Hardy does. The issue of exceptional circumstances has come up a couple of times, and it's really a policy issue, Mr. Hardy. But I just mention it now, I suppose, that HES's evidence suggests there's some confusion or inconsistency in the appellant's position in this. But I just, rather than getting into it, I just wonder whether it's something for closing submissions. I think when we had our examination meeting, I said I'd probably prefer closing submissions to deal just with what we're discussing here at the inquiry rather than the wider policy issue. But this particular issue of exceptional circumstances has come up in the evidence, and it just might be something that if HES is uncertain as to the appellant's position, then that could be put in their closing subs, and then you could address it in yours.
Yes.
Anyway, I just mentioned that there just now, but I'll pass back to you if there's any.
No, I think that's fine. No. I mean, there's no re-examination. There was just one question in cross-examination. I think the witnesses have been right in being circumspect about their answer, not being difficult, but they, as heritage impact, they are not dealing with questions of wider balance, which are a matter for the planner. So I think that's the reason there's no mystery about it, and it's not right for me to give evidence either. So we'll deal with it in the way that you've that you suggested. There is no there is no disagreement in relation to the test. Yes, if there is that's what this whole session is about, isn't it? It's about determining whether or not the threshold of impact on integrity of setting has been surpassed or not. If it is, there needs to be exceptional circumstances. So no difference between us as to when that would apply. I will deal with that as a planning matter in writing.
Okay. Okay, Roy, thank you very much then. That's your evidence completed.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. That is the evidence for the appellant, subject only to the looking at the 3D fly through. You're doing well, as I said, Ms. Roy can send that out tonight, and that is the appellant's case.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hardy. So I guess we've got a decision as to what we do now with time. Mr. Milne, the most straightforward thing, I suppose, might be to start with HES's evidence tomorrow, particularly if you think tomorrow. But I'm quite happy to start tonight. The problem with starting tonight is it probably will leave someone having started their evidence and then being left hanging and come back to do it tomorrow morning, which isn't necessarily a problem. But I don't know if you've got a view as to what your preference would be.
Thank you, sir. My preference would be to adjourn now and start tomorrow. And that's for the reason that you identify. It saves Miss Cameron hanging on overnight. I don't think, I of course very much look to Mr. Hardy to comment on this as well. I don't think there is any risk of not getting matters concluded tomorrow. Now, that, I say, that's from my perspective. I do not have lengthy examination in chief of either of Historic Environment Scotland's witnesses. So I don't think stopping at 3:30 increases the risk of running into a day 3, but Mr. Hardy may have another view.
I'd like to say I've got 4 days of questioning for each of your witnesses, Mr. Milne, so we'll be here till next week, but I don't. So we are certainly going to finish. Yeah, I mean, I think we'll finish tomorrow. If not, then we can go into Thursday, which is obviously set aside. There's absolutely no risk of us going beyond that. So I'm quite happy to finish now. So if you want to draw stumps at 3:30, and we start again tomorrow morning.
Okay. Let's do that. You can draw stumps. I don't know what the cricket score is for England just now. Maybe they're second test against New Zealand. Okay. Well. Thank you to you both and to both of your witnesses, Mr. Hardy. Let's close now. Then it's just approaching 3:30, and is 9:30 again? Okay as a start time for tomorrow. I'll assume it is, unless you tell me otherwise. So yes, thank you very much, everyone. I'll bring this to the close.